Mrs. Varner, when they start up there, we need to turn that microphone on when we have any presenters. It is on.
Mr. Kisner, Mr. Ziegler, check your mics, just to make sure.
Test 1, 2.
Test.
Okay, we're good.
Oh, shoot.
Thank you.
You had an excuse for why you didn't have to listen to me before. You ain't got one now.
That's true.
Yeah.
I forgot to give it to you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. You're welcome. Sorry.
Sorry about that, Mr. Evans.
You're fine.
He's really fighting me tonight. Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, good evening. Welcome to the board meeting, August 14th, 2023. Thank you for your patience while we were getting the technology to work. It is appreciated. After a brief moment of silence, Ms. Feathers, our Vice President, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving on. There's no recognitions tonight, so we'll go into delegations. Under delegations, remind everybody, you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Ms. Warner will keep time for us. She'll tell us 1 minute till. Also, reminder, in case you're going to use people's names or a description that would identify that person, we have to go into executive session. Just so that everybody knows that. First, on the agenda, Dana McCormick. Okay, Ms. McCormick. Good evening.
My name is Dana McCormick, and I'm attending this meeting to request that you add the 2 Montague Road to the bus route for bus services in the Preston area. I first requested this from the Director of Transportation. His response was that in 2004, there was an accident and they canceled the bus route, which I believe is incorrect because as I moved to Hume Line Good Road in 2006, there was still a bus that went up that route at that time. My question to him was if there was an accident, does the bus route always get canceled? And there was no response to that. I know that some other roads, there was multiple bus accidents and that there's still routes today. So I know, when I questioned his response, I didn't get a response. There was another person copied to the email as well. So after I didn't get a response from them, I did send it out to the Board of Education members, some of them. And so then I was asked if I could attend this meeting. So I said yes. After I accepted the invitation to join the meeting, I was contacted again, and finally somebody replied that they would look into the route. So some members went up the route on a bus, and the reasoning that I was given to not add the road to the bus route was that it was a narrow road and the intersection pulling in from the Preston side coming in the afternoon was a dangerous intersection. So I hope that you have all received my email that I did film some other bus routes to compare to our road. There's narrow roads, way more narrow than ours. There's a lot more dangerous intersections. So I hope you were all able to view those videos that I sent to you. They were from multiple parts of the county, Aurora, Preston, Kingwood areas. So then like I said, I asked to compare Lutheran Church Road as it was very narrow and has blind turns. So whenever I asked that, I was told that they were not familiar with that. So I know it was an add-on. I know it was an add-on to the bus route. So I would like to know like how that got accepted onto that bus route and our road cannot be accepted as it has the same issues. I'm not trying to, take anything away from that road. I don't want to get that canceled or anything. I just want fair recognition for our road to be added, as we are working parents. We are property owners. We pay the school taxes. We pay the school levies. That's not necessarily a fair way to pay for them when it's only the property owners, but that's another subject. But we are working parents. We have to work to support those things for you guys, and we are asking for support for ourselves to help with our work schedules to get our kids back and forth to school. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Derek Record, but it's actually going to be Kayla Record.
Okay, so I'm also here today to request a bus route on Hume-Good Road. My son is going into the second grade. We've lived on Hume-Good Road since 2014. I know there's been several families that have moved there just since we've been there. I know there's talk about the road being too narrow. I know other bus routes, like Dana commented Lutheran Church Road just as narrow, so I'm just confused as well on why they get a bus route. Also, I mean, you can ask my husband, I'm not considered the best driver in the world, but in the 9 years I've lived on that road, I've managed to, if there's a large piece of machinery coming, because we've had 5 houses built on the road since I've lived there, if there's a large piece of machinery coming, I'm able to back and get out of the way, so I'm not sure why the road being narrow, we couldn't think, there's not a lot of traffic on the road, so I'm just confused on why we couldn't possibly get a bus route on our road. And I appreciate your guys' time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next would be Chad Lawson.
Good afternoon.
They're always stubborn.
I'm also a parent who lives on Hume-Good Road, and come here tonight to just talk to you, give you a little bit of, we don't see why that you guys wouldn't send a bus up to us to pick our kids up. The road is narrow, but like they said, it's not any narrower than any other road that some of the buses come on. I've been traveling that road for 3 years now, all the way through every day to go to and from work, and it's mainly local traffic. When they see a big truck coming, a trash truck, anything, everyone on that road is capable of backing up, getting out of their way. We've talked amongst ourselves, and they agreed if they see the bus coming, they'll do what they have to do, let it through. It just thought I'd show up to try to get this to happen. I mean, we're working parents. We support your guys' levy. I mean, doing everything we can to help you, the school system out, and we really appreciate it if you all could help us out, picking our kids up and dropping them off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Amber Beachy, if I pronounced it right.
between Live and Good as a bus route. My son does attend Preston School. And just like the others said, the road is no worse than any other of our Preston County roads. It's probably in better shape than some of them that they probably go down. But, you know, there's several of us that have been at the drop-off and pickup spot that is designated, and it's becoming quite full as well. They're at the church in Centenary. So, you know, and most of us do work, so if our kids are able to go down the road to be dropped off after school, that would probably be better. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Okay.
before we proceed to the game changes,
Yeah,
Mr.
we
Plum, do you want to discuss some of your concerns with the road on behalf of the board? You want to finish this out, I think, Mr. Evans, yes?
I did receive an email from Ms. McCormick. I didn't respond to the second one because, like I said, when it mentioned levy, I just forwarded it on to Mr. Martin to let him respond to that or whomever. The road is narrow. It's narrow, especially at the top end. I've driven every route in the county on a bus, and it is as narrow as some of the others. The narrow part is a little longer, where you cannot pass a vehicle at the top end. It concerned me because the mornings are going to be dark. I mean, we're going to be doing that 80% of the year in the dark. Someone has to back up if you need a car. Most of the time, the car backs up. I've been on buses, driven a bus where they won't. They'll scream at you and tell you to back up. That's going to be pretty difficult at that distance in the top. I don't have much information on the bus accident because it was quite a while ago. But what I've been told is it was caused by winter weather conditions at the bottom end. The bus came down and slid clear across the road, went through the guardrail or the fence into the field on the other side. I believe, you know, there are bus accidents on other roads, but I think that was a major factor, probably not the only factor, but the winter weather conditions there was a factor. There's been 3 directors since that road was pulled. None of them have added the road back. I'm not sure how many people asked at that point. Spoke with the current driver. He feels very uncomfortable and says that he will not go up the road because it's not safe, and it is ultimately the driver's. I mean, I can't force the driver to go up the road. It's ultimately, in policy, their decision. He says the last time the road was serviced, it was at the top end, where the road meets Centenary Road, which is consistent with what it says in the attendance policy. Once the road was pulled, it says we still service the top end. I think as over time, as kids stopped riding and maybe got other rides to school, they moved that down about 300 yards. He starts on Almond Road now. He turns around and starts there. You know, there are other routes. Lutheran Church Road is not great. I feel that the narrow portion of there is a little bit smaller than the Hume Live and Good Road. But the way it works, I mean, I've heard it's confused, and I understand that. The way it works to pull a road is it starts with the driver. The driver has to come to me with concerns. I then go out and check out the road myself, come up with a recommendation, pass it on to the superintendent. The superintendent then passes it on and discusses it with the board members. We have pulled a couple of roads since I've been here due to these same concerns. I can offer along the road where it meets Brandonville, the bottom intersection, I can offer that in the mornings if that helps. It's not safe in the afternoon because you're on the other side of the road and there's a blind crest there. And we're really pushing the limit there of the site recommendations, which the minimum is 314 feet at 45 miles an hour. I measured it at 300. Yes, I could be off a little bit.
Which, Mr. Plum, those recommendations are included within the board agenda, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
We can also also offer the top end both morning and night, because it says in the board policy that we service that. He's just not been going out and turning around and starting there because no one's been wanting to ride. So we can offer the top and the bottom, if that's a help. Now, of course, in the winter, there would be alternative routes, and the driver, the alternative route would be the church, where they've always met. The driver also expressed concerns at the bottom end, because we talked about going up and turning around at Log Cabin Road, because most people seem to live, with exception of one, from there down. Before the extremely narrow part, the driver says that he possibly could turn there, but in bad weather, there's no way, there's 2 trees and a sharp drop off to the left that he could get a tire over in. But his main concern with that would be coming back down that hill in the winter, and especially and also going up, if a car was coming down, he was afraid he'd not be able to stop. That's all I have for recommendation. I did take a couple people out on a bus, and we drove through the road, and I don't know if any of you would like to speak to that as well.
Mr. Plum, one other question. In regards to the current available stop at Centenary Church, is it within code compliance in regards to the distance from each of the homes?
Everybody in the road is under 2 miles traffic there.
Okay. And just board members, in speaking, I actually accompanied Mr. Plum on a couple of occasions, and 2 board members came out and assessed as well. I would reiterate some of the concerns that Mr. Plum brought forth. It is the top portion of the road is quite narrow. It does not accommodate for a vehicle to pass. Board members, in some of your packets, I think there was one inclusive picture where the bus was basically took up the entirety of the road. As some of the members of the delegation indicated, certainly people can back up. There are ways. And when we were going up the road at the bottom portion, there are definitely areas at the bottom of the road that can accommodate 2-way traffic. I believe we had a white truck that was coming down the hill the morning we were out there. We were able to get over, they were able to get over, and we were able to navigate that. So I would reiterate that concerns in the wintertime, I think that this would definitely be, if there was consideration to this, with winter weather conditions, we would need to look at alternative stops or the possibility of the stops that Mr. Plum indicated at the top and bottom of the hill. And Mr. Plum, are you indicating that there's consideration to at Log Cabin Road?
After speaking with the driver and going out there and bus up myself, we do not think that's a viable option.
Okay. And under normal conditions or winter weather conditions in that instance? Okay. Board members, that's all I have at this time.
I was able to join on the trip as one of the board members. To me, the length of a narrow straightaway isn't nearly as relevant as the entrance to that narrow straightaway. I've talked with some of the parents, and just my concern is at the other end of the longest narrow straightaway that I think you've referenced. Like, if I was a driver coming the other direction and trying to heat the bus, you are going down back into a slight curve. It's not a hard curve, but a slight curve and a drop off. 2 things that you don't want when you're in reverse. That to me is the breaker. Like, at the end of that straightaway is, because if you meet in that straightaway, even if you catch them at the beginning, that's where you've got to reverse in order to make room. That is my concern. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable. I've never driven a bus. I don't feel comfortable overriding the route based on that from my experience on the bus. I would say, if you think that the turnaround at Log Cabin would be within compliance, if we could look at that, I think that might be one to consider. If you would think upon that and consider that, and I know you've been out there twice.
I can take, I'm willing to go there with the driver, and ultimately be his call, but
Yeah.
my concern at this point,
Yeah,
of course, he's a better driver than I am anyway, but would be backing into there in the dark,
yeah,
between those 2 trees and that drop off.
yeah. My concern about the turnaround,
Around the front, you're going to hit some brush quite a bit.
yeah. And to be honest, to look at that turnaround, I don't know who lives at the end of that. I did the day that I went out personally, not the day I was with you guys, but I tried to stop and see if there was somebody home there. I would be curious. I don't know if the other parents or the people that live on the road know them or not, but you have to have a place to park the parents. So whoever that is has to say in all forms of weather that it's okay that parents are pulling off into their grass area in order to consider that would be my guess, right? Because even to consider that, you have to have a place that the parents can park and pull off. So I don't know who that is. There wasn't anybody home the day that I just happened to pull in and just, to see. Can Mr. Lawson
Yeah, if you know who
make
it
a comment?
is.
That Log Cabin Road, it's the same family who live down that road. They're all family.
Okay.
And thank you for answering. That's a lot
Okay.
easier than us.
That's just,
Yes.
yeah. So you're saying that everybody that lives back there would have all the motive in the world to want to be able to pull off in that field. I said, that's just the biggest thing is you'd have to have some place for people to park and whatnot.
Can I add a little bit more too? You guys keep saying it's a concern based on road conditions. What if the highway department was to step in and make it feasible to turn around there? I mean, put a request in, really put a request in where we can make it happen.
And
And if
then-
I can
go
jump
ahead,
in on
Mr.
that
Tate.
too. Thank you. That was what I was going to suggest. I'm Lucas Tatham. Dana, I was one of the ones that emailed requesting that you all come to present to the full board because one board member can't make a decision. My position as a board member is not to make a decision in this regards. It's more that the process has been followed. So I did go on the bus trip to see how they were making the decision. And from my eyes, they're definitely following the policy and making the decisions in that regards. If this is a county road, which I believe it is, it probably has at least a 20 or a 30-foot right-of-way on it. Definitely not a 40-foot, that would be a state route. But when we were on the bus, the right-of-way in some portions is only 10 foot wide because there's a lot of autumn olives that have grown up that's touching the bus. So, and again, it's not my decision to make, but if the autumn olive was cleared out, if it was brush hogged enough and that there's a road bed that 2 cars could pass, that may change the decision as well. But it was a very long, narrow portion through there. I mean, I can attest to that. And likewise, coming off, I guess it's Brandonville Pike. Is that the main road, Brandonville Pike, where you pull up in there? There definitely was not the sight lines and going down a hill if there was a stop. Because that was the first question that I asked Mr. Plum is, can there be a stop right here at the main road where even though it's not coming to your property line, but can all the kids come down to the main road and it's not within the clearances for the sight distances?
We can offer it in the morning. I would not feel comfortable in the afternoon with the bus on the other side of the road because there's 2 scenarios. One, it stops in the lane and children have to cross the road. And people travel that road too fast. They should. And there's a crest there.
Well, I think when we actually took us out, you stopped there, and a car came up behind us really quickly, and then in the opposing direction, a cement truck was coming in the opposing direction, and this was a July or an August, I don't know what month we're in now, we're going to August, I guess this was August that it happened, and not January. So, but to reiterate, my process is just to my job is to make sure that the process is being followed, and from that, the process was being followed, making the decisions.
The other scenario would be that he pulls past and backs into the road, which is going to leave him broadside of the road with a blind hill cross. I'm not comfortable with that either.
So if the county road was widened to the full
I think
parameters, would that help?
Widening on the left, that would definitely help. The 2 trees are not that big, it's big road. There's 2 trees there, but have to work with the landowner. Yes, there's a right of way, but you don't want to cut any much trees without working with the landowner. I'll call down to the Department of Highways in the morning to see when they can go out there with me. We'll take a look at it.
Where's the 2 trees? Are you saying is that the log cabin turnaround?
On the side of the road, log cabin.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm gonna say he's gonna have to pull past it.
Right.
Try to back in between those 2 trees, hitting the front on all the brush in the dark, and off to the upper side is 2 or 3 foot.
Yeah. But ultimately, not turning around and going straight through would be the best avenue, wouldn't it? The way that we drove, the way you took us, would that be the best route?
Unless you need a car.
Yeah, but I'm saying if the road was widened out to the full 20 feet, so that if somebody could pull off,
Because that would bring it all, man.
I don't know if I don't think it's all brush, I think there's some trees through there too that we get into, but, again, you're dealing with the DOH landowners.
That's state roads determination, right? Like that's just,
Exactly.
the request can be made by the homeowners, by us, but
I mean,
it's,
I
yeah.
can make an appointment, see if they'll, there's a couple new people down there now, see if they'll run out there with me.
yeah, ultimately what I'm saying is you all have some beautiful homes out there and it's on a county road. And just like you pointed out, you're paying county taxes, but if we want to get a bus out there, it has to be safe for a bus to get out there. And the way that we make it safe for a bus to get out there is to have a wide enough road so that the bus can fit down with opposing traffic. And if there's a 20-foot right-of-way, then ultimately that's the solution. If the state won't do it, we can't force the state to do it. You are in a better position than we are to have your road improved.
There's a guardrail and kind of a high wall type thing on one side, so they would have to do it going up the hill on the left side. And so that's what we'd be looking at. So two scenarios is they do that up the top end and/or they help with log cabin intersection.
Would you go ahead and contact them tomorrow, and then we'll put it on the, because this is not a voting item tonight, and put it on the next.
I'll contact the board, but I don't know when.
But we can, right, but we can put it on the next agenda so we can talk about it.
Mr. Plum, one other thing I wanted to ask is, if this routing were considered, this would impact the pickup time, for example, for the kids in the morning by about 10, 12 minutes, 15?
I think I started at 6:15, that's just guessing, because I think we started on the road somewhere around 6:30, 6:32. So, and Gary lives in Lennox, so he'd be coming from his house that way and coming up through. So I estimated the first pickup at Lawson's would be about 6:15.
And this would put kids on the bus then earlier than what's currently scheduled at the Centenary Church by about 15 minutes. Okay.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and move on.
I think Dana has a
Oh, yeah.
question.
I'm just, Mr. McCormick, just compared to the current schedule, to go up that road would add some time, which would, I think, you'd be going up there first. I just said, I think they would be picking up earlier than what's currently scheduled.
And she's right, the bus run is where we actually dropped, right after taking you out there.
Correct.
For some of the similar concerns.
Yes.
Found that everybody started away here. Because of that.
Right, and that's, I would say that's kind of the same determination. We assessed the road conditions there, and in this instance, the number of students as well. There was a bus that was running within a feasible distance on the backside. And that's one thing I would say in regards to the other roads mentioned. I don't know the particulars. In some instances, by going out that road, that might be the only way to keep within the parameters of the distance from the pickup point. And I don't know if any of those situations exist in those circumstances, but sometimes.
One of the roads mentioned, I've actually been looking at for 2 years trying to fix that, and because of one student, we're just not able to do that, but as soon as that situation resolves, which I think it's going to, that one can be.
Yeah, I just know sometimes there are other circumstances that leads us on some of these roads that were mentioned by Mrs. McCormick as well.
And if you would, Mr. Plum, if you want to do what you talked about, moderation of it, when you come back in 2 weeks, if you'd have that recommendation, if you get through the DOH.
I'll be here for the next, I'm on the agenda anyway for the presentation, so I'm coming to that meeting anyway, so, yeah, I'll call or go down to Preston tomorrow and see what I can do.
Okay.
If for future, any other future road requests, if I could request, and I didn't think of it even the day that I was on the bus, but Mr. Martin, I know we take a picture of like how much of the road the bus takes. If we can try to start taking a picture of the bus pulling off, and the space that's available when they're actually in that position. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
now, again, we don't want to go into ditches or, as far as things like that, but I think that's a good view to always have in
I
these.
took pictures of
Yeah.
the turnaround there at Log Cabin, but not with the bus
Right,
trying to move
right.
into
But
it.
it's
But
even, those
one of the
places where the
photos,
bus-
those does show kind of where it fans out there at
Yeah,
Log Cabin as well.
But again, thank you so much. I know Mr. Martin has been on that road at least twice as part of this consideration. Thank you, Mr. Plum. I don't know how many times you did it, taking me out. Again, been a long time since I've been on a school bus, but, but I mean, from that perspective. And thank you to the parents. I cannot imagine the amount of time Miss Dana has in taking those videos and trying to put this together. I know everybody's trying to make it better for our students, and I know there's self-interest there, but that was a lot of time, and appreciate you doing that and put that together to bring it here.
Absolutely. Okay, going on. Thank you again, parents, for coming, and hopefully in 2 weeks, maybe we have an answer for you instead of tonight. Okay, now do you want this one instead of do this here, the ones that signed up first, and then go to here?
These people, you do who's on the agenda first.
Okay, so then, next on the agenda is Kim Legg and Kendra LaRue, Game Changers. Thank you all.
So if we stand over here to put up a PowerPoint, we use our teacher voices. Would you be able to hear us okay?
Why don't we get, Mrs. Varner, if you could get them a portable mic there. That'll help with the live broadcast.
Yeah, we can hear you, but the people who are on the live stream also need to be able to hear it straight into a mic.
Okay, gotcha. So to be fair, I was not a teacher, I was a school psychologist, so I don't know if I have a teacher's voice, but I'll try.
Doesn't sound like it makes sense.
I sure appreciate it. So I'll go into a little bit about Game Changer. So it was started by a fellow named Joe Bosick. He just kind of got tired of seeing drugs take over our communities, and he just felt the need that he needed to do something about it. So he started Game Changer in 2018, and he wanted more of a comprehensive model to put into our schools to help with the children. He saw that the ways to kind of combat the problem was really to start early and to start with prevention instead of getting at the end of it when there was already a substance use disorder that was prevalent. So that's kind of how it got started. It's a nonprofit. Our office is out of Fairmont, but we have game specialists that are from all over West Virginia. So last year we had 12 pilot schools, and then this year we're moving into 50 new schools with the Game Changer specialists. Hazel and Betty Ford is one of our partners, and they're the ones that kind of headed up the 12 pilot schools. We've had some good reviews from those 12 pilot schools, and so we're excited about the new year. And I will turn it over to Kim, and I'll go into some of the other schools that we have. Great, thank you for having us. I know as a Preston High School graduate, I was very excited to be able to bring this program to Mr. Martin, who happened to be my 8th grade social studies
right.
teacher. So
That's right.
So it is very important to me because this is my community, so I'm very passionate about it. I hate to read verbatim, but let me go ahead and start by reading the mission statement, because it is important. So Game Changer is a student-powered substance misuse prevention movement. Game Changer connects West Virginia students and the educators who care about them with the Hazelden Betty Ford Foundation to build environments that stop student opioid and other drug use before it starts. Game Changer does this by helping schools implement, monitor, and sustain the research to help children make healthy choices about alcohol, opioids, and all other drugs. As a youth-led prevention, positive development, and community enhancement initiative, Game Changer programming is designed to educate, support, and empower young West Virginians to remain healthy, free from opioid and other drug dependence, and ready to be the leaders of tomorrow. Whew. All right. So Kim already talked about Joe Bosick, who is the executive director, and is also a very personal and important mission to him as well, wanting to save the lives of our kids. So when it was created, this was before COVID hit, but even with COVID, they were still able to reach students through virtual efforts. And then last year, the 22 through 23 school year, they partnered with Hazelden Betty Ford Foundation. Next slide. And I'm really embarrassed to admit that I had never heard of the Hazelden Betty Ford Foundation. I had no idea how big of an organization they were and their worldwide reach in drug prevention. So it was an amazing time. This picture came from our week at Ogilvy Resort for our week-long training. Over here we have the Betty Hazelden specialists, most of whom are in healthy recovery. Glenn right here, he actually happens to be my mentor coach, so anytime I have a question, he's always available so that I can talk and get advice from. So they were the ones that started in the 12 pilot schools, 3 elementary, 3 middle, 5 high schools, and 1 middle high school. So now we're still working with them as we go into 50 new schools, but they'll still be available to help us. And then us, here we are with Kim, our prevention director. We have Shelly and Paige, who are regional managers, and then Joe Marie, another specialist. So let's talk about, before we talk about what our services are, what is prevention? So prevention is an empowering process that promotes individual, family, and community health throughout life by implementing practical and effective strategies that identify and strengthen protective factors that contribute to well-being, identify and address risk factors that interfere with well-being, and identify and intervene on behaviors that lead to disease. Actually, can you go to the next one first? Sorry, I'm putting it in wrong. Okay, and this whole program is based on what we call the social norms approach. So, the social norms approach focuses on positive messages about healthy behaviors and attitudes that are common to most people in a group. The fact is, most of your kids in your schools are making healthy choices. That is the fact. The problem with that is they don't realize that. They are under the belief that more of their peers than what actually are using alcohol, nicotine, and other drugs. Well, that's what we call a false normative belief. Now if we could go back to, yes, thank you. So some examples of false normative beliefs. So 13% of 10th graders report typically using marijuana 1 to 2 times per year, 13%. Obviously, we want that number a lot lower, but that's still a pretty small percentage. However, 74% of 10th graders believe that students in their grade typically use marijuana. So only a small portion are using, but a large portion believe that more are, and that contributes to the social norms approach. 10% of students agree that it is cool to get drunk. 10%, not a very big percentage, we want to lower that still, but 10% pretty small. Yet, 37% believe that other students think that drinking is cool. All right. Okay, so our Game Changer services. With this program, the school gets 6 comprehensive prevention planning days. Prevention assessment and intensive student education is for elementary, and I know you guys are concentrating on Preston High. So I'll talk more about the student attitudes and behavior survey and the peer leadership team training. So the role of the specialist, that would be me or one of my other colleagues, would be to help and provide support to the Game Changer coach, develop a prevention team, develop school's mission, vision, and values statement, guide the prevention planning process, help the coach plan how and when they will communicate with school stakeholders, and develop a communication plan with the Game Changer coach for communication between visits. All right, the Game Changer coach. So the cost of the program, the $15,000, $5,000 of that goes directly to the Game Changer coach as a stipend, which doing STEAM Club for a $500 stipend myself, $5,000 is pretty good. So their goal is going to be the primary contact between school and Game Changer, 10 days spread throughout the year to build comprehensive prevention plan with the Game Changer specialist and school community, work in collaboration with Game Changer specialist. And then for the middle and high school, they will be the ones responsible for putting together the peer leadership group. The group, the 10 to 15 kids, we'll talk about this in just a few minutes, of getting that together and keeping that going. Okay, so let's talk about data. And I have a note card for that. All right. So I'll kind of glaze over elementary school since you guys are focusing on high school, but for elementary, and it's okay if this isn't up, it's fine. For elementary, there would be a questionnaire, a 10-question questionnaire given to students, a 25-question questionnaire given to teachers and other community members, and then that would be the quantitative data. After the quantitative data, there would also be followed up with small focus groups for the qualitative data. Once that information is input, then it would be sent to an expert at Hazelden Betty Ford who would analyze it, type it up into a report, and put some of the key findings, and email that back or send it back to your school. This would be your data, and you could even use it for grant writing and other things, but this would be your data. It wouldn't be shared with any other counties. As far as the middle and high school, they would be taking what is called the Student Attitudes and Behavior Survey. This is a 50-question survey. It's completely anonymous. So, and it's going to be trying to get the culture. This is where they're going to be identifying what they currently believe, those false normative beliefs. What is the social norms of the school? Because every school is going to be different. That's what's really great about the program, is it really is tailored to each community. It's protective factors, it's risk factors. Every student body is going to be different. So some examples, the elementary, for the intensive education, it's going to concentrate on being healthy, decision-making, refusal and communication skills, and friends and loved ones. But really what we're wanting to do with the elementary is get them prepared for middle and high school to try to get them into the peer leadership. Peer leadership is really what we believe in because that's the social norms. It's one thing to tell students, it's another thing for students making healthy choices to show other peers this is the norm. This is what everybody's doing. So with the peer leadership, it would be a 3-day train the trainer model. So a wide variety of students selected by the coach, 9 to 15 students, focus on bringing the message of non-use to their peers and younger students. Day 1, introduction to materials and planning the next 2 days. Day 2, building student public speaking skills. Day 3, refining skills, planning the future of your peer leadership team. Yes.
For just a second. So I get excited about the peer leadership part because I feel like that this is such an important part of the program because I just remember when I was little and I was in elementary or I was in middle school and the older kids would come and talk to us. And, I feel like students are so much more likely to listen to their peers or an older peer than they are adults. Like, we can say things and they listen, but they're so much more likely to listen to their peers than they are to adults. So I think that that's such a powerful part of the program to really build that up. And the part that I see about this peer leadership team is it just being so powerful, not just in this area, but also throughout the state, because we'll be building these peer leadership teams throughout the state as well. So I get excited about that, and I just wanted to put that plug in about how important I think that those are.
It's the part I'm most excited about too, because I was a teacher. I taught 8th grade. Whew. And so the peer leadership groups, that is what I'm really excited about, is inspiring these kids to want to make healthy choices. It's the crown jewel. It's the crown jewel of the program. So we have a 3-year model. So year 1, it's about the data and initiating those intervention programs, whether it be the intensive student education for elementary or peer leadership for the middle and high school. Year 2, we're really just expanding the interventions already put in place. Year 3, again, we're expanding. And what's really, this program is a process, but the long-term goal is sustainability. It's more of the teach a man to fish, not give a man a fish, right? We want you guys to be able to have control of your own school. So we're just coming in and helping you get set up and giving you the resources, the curriculum from Betty Ford Hazelden. And then we're always still gonna be there, but you'll see after year 3, there's a transition to the online classes. And this is going to drive the cost way down because your school will already have what it needs. It'll already have this set up. And now we'll still be available, but we won't have to come to the school as much as we were in the initial 3 years. So that's really going to bring the cost much, much, much lower and really just give you the power. Some takeaway messages for the students. If you're choosing not to use, you are in the majority. Social norms approach. All use equals risk. So we have this idea, I'm sure you've heard, experimenting with. We don't use those terms. It's first time use, all use equals risk. And delaying the use of any substance significantly decreases your chance of developing a substance use disorder. So the key number is 25. We're really trying to get students to know, health-based, that your brain is still developing until age 25. So even if students, let's say in 8th grade, if we had a student that we could even delay 2 or 3 years from using a substance, that is going to ultimately give their brain a chance to get to where it needs to be so that in the future they're less likely to develop a substance misuse disorder. And certain risk factors in your life increase your chances of developing a substance use disorder, those protective and risk factors. What makes Game Changer different? Support from Hazelden Betty Ford Prevention Solutions team, as well as Game Changer specialists to keep the culture shift moving, up-to-date data specific to your school and your communities to help tailor your specific needs, our intensive student education, that's elementary, connects students to other peers to form stronger bonds and powerful peer leadership. Thank you.
Any questions?
Oh, I should have asked that, I'm sorry.
That's right.
So you say that there's a 50-question survey for high schoolers.
Yes.
Who developed that 50-question survey?
It's from the Hazelden Betty Ford Foundation.
Okay, and they're the ones that process it, right? And what do they charge Game Changers for that survey and to process it?
I'm not sure.
Okay, do you know if you guys have any financial relationship with them or if their services are just available in general?
No, so we're a nonprofit, so the money that we have goes to them for the development of the program, for using the survey, for the report for the survey. So when they give the survey back to us, it's several pages of data to look through and look at. So it's really, really good, and it's been vetted. It's the validity and the reliability is very sustainable. They've done the research on it and all of that stuff. So
Yeah, but you're saying I can't just go to them and say, hey, what does it cost us to have the 50-question survey and then have them process it? Like, you're saying you have an exclusive arrangement there?
I know that they use that with other, so they're not just in West Virginia. They have this program worldwide. So they use it in other countries and other states. So as far as you specifically going and saying, hey, can I have that survey? I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
But I would imagine that you would have to go through some kind of, so what, are you asking about what are the questions on it?
I'm just the numbers guy.
Oh, okay.
I look at this and I say it's $35,000. I think if I understood everything that's in the
15 for the school district.
Yes.
15 for the school district.
Yeah, so Game Changer pays them half of that. So we would pay
Okay.
$15,000. The school would, the county would pay $15,000. 10 goes to Game Changer, 5 goes to pay the coach.
Okay, so it's a total of a $15,000 investment.
Right.
When you say the district, she kept on mentioning high school. So this will cover every student in the district, or?
This is specific to Preston High School, Mr. Kisner.
Okay, so it is just
It's a
for Preston High
per school cost, so not that
Yeah,
but Preston, we would get the most cost efficiency because it's by far the largest number of students.
Okay.
And you can use those, so you'll have the data specific to the school, but when you develop that peer leadership team, they can go to the middle school and the elementary school, so they can be used throughout the county as well. So I think that's a great idea, a great plan.
Yeah. And from that 50-question survey, you had mentioned, like, you take that gives you demographic information, perception information, things of that nature. And then you develop a student team. If I'm just understanding like how it works, you guys look for student volunteers to be a part of that group. And then essentially you train a trainer here, right? So we have our coach for $5,000 and that coach learns from you. What they learn from you, they then use to form and help and train the student team, right? And then that student team is essentially going out and disseminating information to their peers through the system.
So the way the training works is it's a 3-day training. So we train the trainer, but the students are there. The first day we talk and plan about how we're going to do the next 2 days. The following 2 days, the students are actually there. So we train the students that second day and we teach them public speaking skills. So we start to develop and empower them to be able to say, this is who I am, this is why I choose not to use substances, this is what I do to make my healthy choices. So they're able to really talk about who they are and what they do, and give that information to to the other students. And then the second day, we turn it over a little bit to the Game Changer coach that's in the school, and they run it a little bit. They're more freely to run it that next day, but we're still there to coach right alongside of them. And then there will be more follow-up days after that peer leadership training. So we come back and check in and say, how are things going? What do you have planned? Have you set up your meeting time so you can coach your team and things like that?
So when you meant, I think one of your last slides there said like 45-minute sessions.
That's for the intensive student education in the elementary schools. So that's a little bit different, yeah.
So how much out of curricular time is this involved? Like, is your student team going and giving a presentation to every class? Is it mainly for whole school assemblies? Like, how much time ultimately is expected? And I realize maybe some of that's based on your coach and their, how they decide that. But what is the normal amount of time out of educational time?
So the 2 days would be a full day training during school time. So
Right.
They would be expected, of course, to get their homework and assignments and things like that. And the coach and we could work with them to work that out as well. And it's been different in different schools. So some schools have worked really, really hard to make sure that they have time that's not taking the students out. So maybe before school, maybe after school. Homeroom, yes, just certain, so we work with them to think about those kind of things, because obviously we don't want to pull them out of class all the time. A lot of the middle schools and high schools have worked during step-up days, so when the fifth graders are coming up to the middle school and the eighth graders are coming up to the high school, they talk to them during that step-up day. So it just depends on, what the coach works out and what they work within the parameters of what the schools would allow as well.
Okay, so I guess if you have a team of 10 students, we have a population of 1,200 here.
A little less than that.
1,100 here at the school. Like, how much time are we expecting? So the general populace is gonna see these people speak. I mean, right? I mean, is that the 10 students? They're gonna speak to the other students in some kind of assembly, whether that's 30 kids at a time in a homeroom or whether that's 300 by grade or whatever. Am I right on that? Is that what I'm understanding correctly? Mm-hmm. So does that happen once a year? You're expecting that to happen 3-4 times a year?
I think it just depends on what
did you see last year in your 12 pilot schools?
So the peer leadership team isn't developed until usually in the spring. So we're developing that, and then it's more plans for the next 2 years. So that's part of this is the discovery part this year. When you're doing the assessments, you're getting the data, and they're kind of starting, you train the team, and then you're making plans on what to do with the data. So some of the teams have gone out into the school, so they've been just giving that social norms data out in the school. So that's another thing that they can do. They've also planned, one of the schools has planned to make like videos for the Jumbotron to get out the message. So it's not just those teams going out and speaking necessarily to the other students. It's really just getting that message of, hey, this is who we are. And I know that a lot of you all think that everybody's using substances, but we're here to say that the majority of us are not, and here's the data that we have. So once you have that, it starts changing the perception around the community too, which ultimately helps the rest of the community, because a lot of times you hear adults say, all kids are vaping. Well, when kids hear that all kids are vaping, they automatically also think, well, if I have to fit in, like I have to vape too. So if you have these older students, or you have this data that's specifically from the high school that says, hey, the majority of us are not vaping, that's a powerful message to send to the younger students too. So it's not just having them, going out and speaking, it's just what all are they're doing in the communities.
Okay. So the 12 schools that were pilot, we don't have any data to look at as to the effects of the full program, because they've only been through year one. And I did see in the contract that it's a 3-year It's a 3-year contract, like you expect different things over the 3 years. But, right, so you guys have 12 pilot schools. Are we a pilot school, or are we, or the 12 pilots, we're now considered full-blown even though the pilot schools haven't made it through the entire program? And maybe it's just Game Changer that has only been through the first. Has Betty Ford done this 3-year program in other places? It's just that the 12 pilots was just Game Changers 12 pilots.
Yes.
Okay, so it's been done other places on a 3-year thing. So,
They have done different pieces of the program. So they have actually taken pieces of what they do, their intensive student education piece and their peer leadership team, and they really developed the program specific, because what Joe wanted when he started this was a peer-led initiative in the schools. So they are taking pieces and parts of that. So really this, West Virginia in general, is just, it really is a pilot overall in general, but the pilot schools have been in those 12 pilot schools with the Hazelwood and Betty Ford people that are initiating that, and then these 50 schools are Game Changer specialists that were trained by them to roll it out, because ultimately what they're doing is the same thing that we're doing with the schools. They're coming in and they're training us, and they're pulling away. So it can be a self-sustained model in West Virginia. I know Kentucky has reached out because they're interested in the model that we're starting to use. Ohio, I believe, has reached out as well. So we have other states that are interested, but we're really kind of spearheading it right now.
okay. I'm not, anything we can do to keep kids off drugs, it's a foreign concept to me. Drugs are such a no-brainer, stupid thing to even consider, right? Like, I don't have the ability to cognitively think about why that was ever even an option for anybody.
Sure.
But I would say that the program relies on finding the right students, but it's also figuring out those right students at a young age. Because if we're talking about a 3-year plan on our influencers, we got to be picking them out in freshman, sophomore year and hoping that we've got the right ones. And from a Christian perspective, when I'm trying to spread the word, and even from our advertising perspective, if it's not if it's not somebody famous or somebody that the perception is cool, you can be detrimental in the message even when the message is right? Like, if you've got the bottom of the social ladder in the school being the one that volunteers, you associate the I'm not using with the wrong group in the school, which is detrimental to the message. But I mean, thank you. I mean, again, I'm not opposed to you. That to me is part of the hard thing that I would say in finding your students.
And I think too, that's something you need to talk about with the coach. How will you handle that? Like, so if somebody goes to a party and they're seen, not making a healthy choice, are they going to remain in peer leadership? And that's something that it's your school, something the coach, we'll talk about it with them, but ultimately it is up to the coach and the principal what they think. But I just want to tell a story. I taught 8th grade science, and last year I had a student. His name was Aiden, and Aiden was very, didn't like to do his assignments. He was a bit goofy. He actually has a YouTube channel where he raps. I've never listened to it because I don't think it's probably appropriate. But towards the end of the year, he did live with his grandparents. Towards the end of the year, this kid did kind of grow on me. And I told him I would give him extra credit if he did a rap about the periodic table. He didn't do it, but I was talking to him more towards the end of the year, and he was in the group of students, a couple who had been in trouble for vaping in the bathrooms. And here's my false normative belief, where I wrangled him in the group. Like, in my head thought, this kid has for sure vaped. Like, I knew it. Well, I was talking about this, that I was going to be going to a new job, and he came up to me, he goes, "Miss LaRue, I've never vaped." And I said, "Aiden, I'm so proud of you." I mean, I said, that's awesome, because in my mind, I'd already put him as somebody who had vaped, because he was hanging out with students who'd been in trouble for it. And I just thought, I said, that's something that would make a really cool video, one of your rap videos about not vaping. He's like, I thought about it. And I was like, this is the kid. Like, this is not the kid making straight A's. This is not the kid, that's a jock. But he's liked by a lot of peers. Like, there are a lot of students who watch his videos. I mean, just imagine if he was on peer leadership. Like, you want people from all different aspects, like the Breakfast Club type. But I just thought, Aiden, if he could be in peer leadership, it would just be wonderful.
The last question I have, and then I'm going to let everybody else, but how do you guys determine the success of the program? Like how do you prove that, how do you get that? What metric do you use? How do you analyze it? How in 3 years can we say, okay, we did this, we implemented it, and we were successful versus we were not, and we threw away 45 grand in 3 years? Like, what do we have to point to as a metric that was a success?
So in the pilot schools, they're doing that student attitudes and behavior survey, and I think the prevention assessment as well, all 3 years, to track their progress. For these 50 new schools, there'll be a pre-assessment, which will be the first one that we give, and then there'll be one at the end of the 3 years. So we can look at the changes in perceptions and the changes in use as well. And back to what she was kind of saying, when you're choosing your peer leaders, you obviously want to have a diverse group of students, because it's really easy for somebody that feels a certain way about themselves to look at a group, and if it's all of the athletes, it's really easy for them to say that I could never be that, they don't mean me. So we coach the coach to be very selective about who they put on that team, because you want it to be very diverse. So it's relatable to the rest of the population.
Yeah.
And we do train, nope, I forgot the other point I was going to say, but that's okay. Great questions, and thank you for those.
When I hear you, the first image that pops in my head is my wife watches this movie all the time, but I think it's called The Breakfast Club. Is it like there's a jock, there's a
Yep.
pretty girl, there's like, and I'm like, that's your dream team if you're
Yeah.
going to influence a school is, anyways, but just out of your diversity thing, I mean, like, that's the image that comes to my
Yep.
mind. Thank you.
Even teaching them to work together, because like, as a teacher, trying to put kids in groups, like that is, I mean, being naturally smart is one thing, but it's really your ability to communicate, get along with others, that collaboration, that's going far in leadership too. You might have, I don't know, just two kids that are completely different, one that plays video games, one that plays basketball, and to be able to come together with these common ideas, I don't know, it's just, it makes me really excited.
So I was in Summers
The
County.
grouping affects that a lot. And as a teacher, if you can figure out how to match them up, those groups will far exceed if you put them, all the smart ones together, as an example.
So I was in Summers County this morning, talking to it was their first day back for teachers, so I was talking to all the teachers, and one of the things I heard that I wrote down, and I think that this applies here, is it's not how smart you are, it's how you're smart, and you have to take that when you develop that group. It's really important to have that diversity.
But that's what will go into the comprehensive planning days, which you get 6 of. So that is what a good thing to talk about when you're going in and the specialist and the coach are working together on those days, is how do we select this? Who should we select? Like, that's one of the major things that you're going to spend time doing.
And who's the coach?
Oh,
That's a good question.
That's okay. That's determined by the school, by the principal. And it really, when you think about, when you're choosing your coach, you want to think about somebody that has some social power with the students, obviously, somebody that the students respond to, but it's also somebody that has the availability and the time to do it as well. So there are definitely some things to consider when you're choosing your coach.
And Mr. Huggins, one thing that was seen there, an example of a typical posting for that position was inclusive in our packets. That was one thing that was included, so.
So some of the examples that we have in our pilot schools, we have in the elementary we have a gym teacher who was, that's a great person to have because he sees all the kids. Some of the other ones have been counselors. I know some places have communities and schools. They've been good options. Health teachers, just somebody that has some social power, but has the availability to run the program as well.
So how does that work if the game changer coach is a school employee?
Mm-hmm.
That's right, they're the coach. But in the contract under clause 5, it says that it's the game changer is an independent contractor. So I'm assuming that's saying that game changer as an organization is an independent contractor.
Mm-hmm.
But then the coach who's implementing Game Changer is an employee of the school? Because the independent
Yes.
contractor status says that Game Changer is an independent contractor and specifically is not an employee of the school, and there's no employee-employer relationship. But we do have that relationship if the coach is a school employee.
Will it be an employee, Mr. Martin, or will it be literally a contract?
Likely be like an extracurricular contract.
Yeah, I think it's a
But tech-
1099 contract, not an employee is the way that I would have read it, but, right, you're not giving them an hourly wage, you're not, it's a set
It would be
job
a-
at a
It would be a
contract.
stipend, but I mean, we do pay out stipends, in an extracurricular.
Would it have
fashion.
to be a teacher, though? Would we
Does
post
not
that?
have- no,
I mean,
it doesn't
we
have to
wouldn't
be a
necessarily
teacher.
pay that as a teacher where it was a stipend to their usual pay, it would be a,
It could be someone outside of
Right.
our current employee pool.
right.
Even somebody from a different county, like somebody from the middle
Yes.
school or an elementary school or?
It's usually recommended that it's somebody that's within the school.
Yeah, because I'm curious how they're gonna pick these kids if they don't have contact with these kids to begin with.
Yeah, and
There's
the
my
re-
one problem, in the 6 days, when do the 6 days happen? After school hours, before school starts, or how does that work?
The 6 comprehensive prevention planning days, when we're working with the coach, it would be within the school days, which is another reason why it's important to find somebody that also has some availability, because they would be interacting with the game changer specialist throughout the day. So we would work that out, on the first comprehensive prevention planning day as well.
So that would be during the school day.
Yep. And back to the reason that we don't just pay the game changer coach from coming from game changer and it comes through the county is to help with, it was recommended to Joe that they do it that way to help with retirement and things like that for whoever the coach is.
It definitely makes a difference.
Yeah.
That would make a difference in retirement,
Sure.
for sure.
Okay, now.
Which is
how
something I
does
would have
this-
never thought of.
How does this relate to the counselors that are already implementing some of our drug programs? How would they, interact with the counselors or the programs we already have started?
So we come in and we don't come in and say, this is the way that you need to do things. We come in and we work and we find out, what do you guys already have? What do you have that's working? What are some of the risk factors that you look at? So the counselors obviously could still continue to do the things that they're already doing. It's just if there are areas that need some, I don't want to say changes, but if there's a way to make something better, we would work with the team to help the school to help make those better, to just enhance those protective factors and reduce those risk factors for the students.
And from what I've seen too, counselors too, like teachers are stretched thin. I mean, teachers have a lot of responsibility, so, and counselors do too, even with like schedule changes and whatnot. So I hate to say that, working with them, it's working with how we can help. Like what can we do to help even what you're already doing? And that's why this program is different. And I know it's kind of hard to think about because it's a different mindset of what this program is. It's a process, but it's also tailored to each individual school. I know Preston County a little bit because, well, I'm a community member, but it's going to be a lot different from Cameron schools. So there's going to be different risk factors there. So that's something that there's not going to be an immediate answer. That's why just working with the school, building that relationship, and then if we don't know something, we have Hazel and Betty Ford, where we're checking in with them. So they're there to give us support all the time as well.
How does your student team evolve? Because obviously, if you started out and they're all sophomores, in 3 years they're all graduating and you have no team. So do you have a variety of kids? And in that same question, answer how you do not have continual education and training because your team will continue to change.
So that's where the train the trainer model comes in. So we teach the coach to be able to, and that's something that we plan for throughout those 3 years, because obviously we know that at the end in the spring, you probably don't you can utilize seniors if you choose to, but you want to think about your sophomores and your juniors and your freshmen moving forward. And then you would just train your freshmen that come in, so they would choose more people to come onto the team, the coach. And we're here, of course, to walk them through what that looks like in years 2 and 3. So in 4, 5, 6, 7, and on down the road, they know what that process looks like.
tell me your other question.
Is the coach committed to 3 years?
Not necessarily. So again, we would, if that were the case, and a new coach would come in, and that's happened already in some of our schools, we would just come in and start to reteach them. Moving forward in the future, there will be an online module that they'll be able to go to as well to help to foster some of this training.
I have a question. Probably this is more for the superintendent. So this recommendation is coming from the administration, right? From who on the school level is going to be championing this, or is somebody on the school level requesting this program? Because, I mean, for this to work and work well, it's definitely, I feel, going to have to be a cheerleader on the school staff so that it's coordinated with the guidance, with the principal, et cetera. Is there buy-in on the school
I
level
think
for this?
ultimately you
and
have
request?
you have to have administrative commitment. I think your counseling staff needs to be on board with this. And I think as a potential funding source, the community and schools program, I think it oftentimes is dealing with at-risk students, and I think this is very much geared to that as well. So I think within Preston, I think there are multiple individuals or groups that need to be on board with this for sure.
And so you say need to be on board. Are those 3 groups on board currently? Are they familiar with this program? Has this been presented to them? Are they asking for it?
I would say this, in terms, Mr. Seymour has received the applicable materials. I would say if the board would want to hold off on a vote until that can be better communicated to those other groupings, we can certainly look at that. But I do think ultimately, I look at this as from a prevention standpoint, and you know, obviously as a school, we struggled a lot with a lot of expulsions that were related to primarily drugs and alcohol. You know, I feel like that this is a ready-made program within the state of West Virginia that's geared towards those goals.
I agree with that. You understand where I'm coming
I do.
from, that needs to be bought in. So I guess then I'll make a motion that we table this into a future meeting when the guidance staff, community schools, and the school administration of Preston High School can present to us. So I move that we table this item.
I'll second that.
Okay, it has been properly moved and second. I have a question as far as parliamentarian. We have a recommendation. Can I do the
tabling?
it before the recommendation?
Well, the motion has been made to table. So technically, we can't table it because the motion hasn't been originally made.
So that
From a parliamentary
so
procedure
I need to go
perspective.
we need to go with the motion, second, and then table.
Yeah, or if we just don't make the motion, I mean, from the discussion, if you just don't make the motion, you don't have to table it, but you could say, please put this on the agenda again next time, as opposed to an actual tabling.
Okay, so
So I would retract all that and say, please put this on a future meeting.
I just want to make sure we did it right. That's,
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
In regards to that, is there a timeline that this would need to be done by? I mean, like, if this isn't done by the end of August or something, are we out of the 50? Are we no longer viable? Like, what is that usual?
I think that we need to get started in the schools as soon
Right.
as we can because it's getting ready to start. So probably if you could.
Okay. To Mr.
us-
Tatham's point, I do believe any program that you don't have somebody with the heart leading it is not going to succeed, right? Like, if we have other programs, we have after-school explorers that I'm aware of, like in Terrata, I think is one of them. I mean, we have programs where teachers are saying, I'll step up and I'll do it because nobody else will. But that does not create the most successful environment. So to Mr. Tatham's point, I do think that it's important that we have somebody. But I guess my request would be, could we not make the motion tonight? And this is a legal thing for Ms. Varner and Mr. Martin, but could we make the motion tonight to give you the authority to create the personnel, the coach position? Because to me, again, that's the key to it, as opposed to just saying, let's just talk about it in 2 weeks. Could we not give you the authority to post that coach's position so that you could be trying to find that person, find somebody in our system or outside of our system that believes in it, that wants to sign on to this? I mean, I think that it's all going to pivot on that. No, your program may be great, but if you don't have somebody that this is like their drive, hey, I want to stop this, I'm not saying it can't be successful, but I think your odds go down.
I think in that instance, the position could be posted on an as-needed basis and could be withdrawn if the ultimate decision is not to pursue the program.
I mean, I just want to keep it moving if we're going to consider it as far as things. I'm totally on board with Mr. Tathan's perspective of our counselors over the next couple of weeks having those meetings as we're entering the school year and all that. But I do think that if we're going to seriously consider it and we need to keep things moving, we should be starting looking for that coach. If I understand your program right, that coach candidate is going to be highly important to making this happen. So we would still want to make that. We would still want to give you the permission to make that move. Yeah, so I'd amend the personnel agenda to do that is what I was proposing, but there would be nothing legally wrong with that since we have this as an actionable item and we've had the discussion as part of that and we're just going to amend the personnel thing in order to, the personnel agenda is how I look at it, but I want to make sure that you're much more familiar with your employee.
Okay, so we're okay to table it till next meeting?
We're not tabling.
Not tabling, we're just putting it on the next agenda, okay? Okay, so no vote is needed, correct?
Unless a
Okay.
motion's made.
Okay.
Oh,
thank-
I'm sorry, Mr. Senior.
Yes, sir.
So I just need a directive from you on what you'll need from me. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because I know Mr. Tatum needs me to get people on board. So I need to know what you need from me. Not right now, but in the next day or two, because staff comes back on Wednesday.
I mean, I would say talk with them and see if, I feel like you need to be on board with this program as the principal and you need to fully believe in it and want to support it, right? And then work with the counseling staff to make sure that they see the benefit of it, because it needs to be a whole team approach.
Communities and schools and support services being the ones that really grab a hold of this one. To be honest with you, that's how I see grabbing this.
And I will say that that's something that I've heard a lot in the other schools that I've talked to. It's the community and schools, and they have the time and they have the want to, I think, a lot of them as well. So I think that those particular people are very good fits, especially, you really need somebody that's going to be in the school, whether it's full-time or at least within the school. So I think that those are always very good fits for that position.
I'm not opposed to that, but from employment law, there's a lot of conflict of, you're giving additional funds, and if they're doing it during the regular workday, you have issues. And so I'm not opposed to it being somebody in the schools, but I think that's very hard for Mr. Martin and Ms. Varner, for them to manage, because you can't be paid twice to do work at the same time, right? Like, you have to be able to separate that. And so I don't know how that get managed. I'm not to get into the weeds with you. You guys are gonna have to figure out, because in order to give them the additional money, you have to prove the additional work and the additional hours, and they can't be overlapping. You have to be able to separate those. So again, if you've seen it work in other counties have found it, I'm sure there's a way. I'm not here to say it, that to me is gonna be the hardest thing from their perspective to manage, is making it clear. You're not just saying you'll coordinate during your normal 8-hour workday, whatever that is. Like, there's the laws would say you have to separate those hours, so.
I know personally for you guys, since I live in Preston County, I wouldn't even be opposed to coming after school to meet with the coach. Like, that's something that I could do for this county because I live in this county.
Right.
So.
And I appreciate that.
I would think, Mr. Seymour, we would just need to hear you say yay or nay. Like, I've presented this, I think it's an awesome opportunity, and our staff's all gung-ho.
I'll be back in 2 weeks.
We'll be here.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Ladies, thank you very much. One quick comment on it. We have been reactive here in a lot we've done because of expulsions. This gives us a chance to be preventive. So that's important.
And I know even, I was looking at the board meetings for Taylor County, and just the amount of money spent in drug tests was astronomical. I mean, I was like, wow, that's a lot of money to spend on drug tests.
Yeah.
CT you have to, though.
Yeah, and some of them you have to, because CTE, you don't have a
CT you
choice.
have to.
So anyhow, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Slade.
Okay, next on the agenda is Emily Willard. Did I pronounce it right? Okay. Ms. Willard, before you come up, Mr. Martin said you may be discussing things, so we need to go in executive session. Is that a fair question to ask of you?
Yes.
Okay, at this time then,
I'd like to move we go into executive session
Second.
for the purposes of hearing about specific, with a specific name, due to
Okay.
legal concerns. I'm sorry.
Legal, right? So it's been moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Zegray. It was close, hit Ms. Feathers. Is a voice vote, Mr. Tatham?
Yes.
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 Yes. And time is 7:24. Okay, we'll do the same thing. It'll be a 5-minute limit in executive session.
Okay, I would like to request, I do know that this is Amy Strahan who has signed up to speak about the same topic, and we being a safe executive session, and we'll just kind of save from.
Mr. Martin Wigley? Is that okay? She's on the agenda, yes.
They could actually both be allotted 5 minutes.
Okay, so it could be up to 10 minutes before we come back. We don't have all the legal stuff. Have to ask our people. We'll get
Well, I
it.
wasn't sure either, I thought I mentioned that, we're for the same reason, rather than come back and then leave again.
And I appreciate that.
Just makes sense.
Smarty? Smarty? Nothing but a talk now.
Okay, entertain a motion to come back in general session.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Tatham. Voice vote?
Yes.
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 Yes, 7:44. Okay.
7:44.
Yes, sir. Okay, and that's everybody that was signed up ahead of time. Mr. McCrum?
Number one, point of order.
I didn't report back.
Delegation is 5 minutes, not 45. Yes, you gave them 45 minutes. Number two, should not have been listed under delegation. Number two, is the reason for the mentors as severe as it was because of the number of teachers just starting or because they are teaching out of their trainings? I noticed there's one at almost every school, at least. I couldn't tell, but are you addressing the concerns that were expressed at previous board meetings about parental concerns where you are requiring their children to attend, such as PK and K? Number three, who is responsible for the annual evaluations of administrative staff, whether it be county office personnel, principals, assistant principal, deans of students, department heads at the high school? Number three, is it anywhere I can see the superintendent's report? Number four, remember, Brad, you need help, you have help, and they'll help you if you let them do so. But they do need evaluating whether they are helping you or not. And number five, in finishing, reinstalling valedictorian salutatorians. I brought this up last year. Still haven't heard anything.
Okay. Mr. Crum, in terms of the point of order,
I wouldn't address it.
I don't get to talk.
I'll get them responses.
Thank you.
Mr. McCrum, I would like clarification, though. You mentioned, I didn't hear you, it was item number 3, in terms of pre-K and K, I didn't hear the full question.
I couldn't tell if you were addressing the concerns that were expressed at previous Board of Education meetings about parental concerns where you are requiring their children to attend,
Okay,
specifically with K and PK.
pre-K, okay.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is Jason Serino. And thank you for being patient. Do we need to go into executive session?
Mr. President, I move we go into executive session for legal reasons.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Zegray. Again, voice vote?
Yes.
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 Yes, and it is 7:47.
Make sure they hear you.
Mrs. Varner, can you make sure to shut the feed off?
Thank you for helping me in there.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Coming out of the meeting, I'll make a motion for Mr. Martin to contact Mr. Serino concerning legal issues.
Do we need a motion?
No.
I don't need a motion?
I'm sorry. If you would like it to be a directive, then yes, we would need a motion. If you want it to be a recommendation, then if it seems amicable, you would not have to have a motion. But if you want it to be literally in the minutes that we require it, then yes, it needs to be a motion. I'm sorry. Yes.
That's right.
Okay, so I'll make a recommendation, Mr. Martin contacts Mr. Serino dealing with legal issue.
I'll make sure that that's properly noted in the minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. At this time, entertain a motion for the board to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tatham, second by Ms. Feathers. This is on the thing to vote.
Let me get this saved, Mr. Rhodes. Okay. You can give me that motion. I'm sorry, I was saving that other stuff.
Who was it? Who made the motion?
Ms. Feathers.
Ms. Feathers, and
Second
second by
by
Mr.
Mr.
Tatham.
Okay.
My mind, I'm sorry.
Take a vote.
Okay, here we're ready.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
At this time, entertain a motion for the board to approve the meeting minutes from 7/24/23.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tatham, second by Mr. Zigray. Any corrections or comments on the minutes? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Still here, Bruce.
It just came up.
Okay. Motion passes 4-0 with one abstention.
This time, entertain a motion for the board to approve the meeting minutes from 7/31/23, which was a special meeting.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Feathers, second by Mr. Tatham. Any corrections or comments? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Next on the agenda is superintendent's report.
Okay, Mr. Huggins and board members, I sent out this, I apologize this morning. I was having a bit of an issue in terms of sending out the superintendent's report. Mr. Sines has built in some new processes, and I believe I sent about, well, I'll tell you, I'll just walk you through this. I thought it was 4, okay? Number 3, when I had cut and paste a message in there, and every time I hit enter to like move to the next paragraph, it would send it. I asked Mr. Sines, he said, let me try it, you're doing something wrong. He hit enter, and it also sent it again. So I think the last one that I got sent successfully said final version, so I did apologize to the board members and the rest of the staff members for.
I can understand.
Yes, it was. It was quite the ordeal. Board members, we do have a weekly schedule posted on the superintendent's update, going through this week and next. This week's quite busy. Of course, we had a guided reading training here in the boardroom today, in tonight's meeting. We've got guided reading tomorrow. Wednesday, very big day. We have first day for all of our 200-day staff members, plus all existing staff members for staff development activities. The vast majority of the staff will be reporting here to Preston High School. We have an opening session to kick off at Knight Stadium. The employees will be subject to brief remarks by me, and then they'll be followed up. We're doing a major book study this year, and Jody Carrington is actually going to be coming on site to present to staff at Knight Stadium as well. So we're excited about that. If you look into next week, it kind of details our reporting times for our students on the staggered start. Next Friday, we do have no students will be reporting for staff development activities. On the other side, these are just for our employees' benefit. We've updated the online student information form. I think the last time I spoke to Mr. Sines, I mean, we had just been a few days in. I think we had 12 or 1,300 responses on the online form, so we really were getting good response there. We also have the bus schedule. Board members, we did need to make an adjustment to the bus schedule as per in the Brewston area. We saw numbers that were far higher than anticipated through the spring. So we are looking at some revisions to the Brewston area bus routes so they'd be similar to what we saw last year versus the anticipated changes. Calendar link along with school and county contact information and the beginning of the year professional development schedules provided. Mrs. Durr asked me to update that we have seen an increase in adult meals this year, $3.50 for breakfast and $4.50 for lunch. In addition, we've detailed the staggered start. Michelle Liga, who's one of our academic coaches, is going to be offering tech sessions to work with the staff on a lot of tech integration issues. Also, we did advise, we provided a link, and board members, this is a nice resource as well. The Department of Education put out this year's Green Book, which details a lot of the legislation that went into effect and really gives a nice summary statement of each piece of legislation and then gives it in text and full. So I think it's a good resource for the board. And Mr. McCrum, as per your advisement, I'll make sure that you get a copy of this, sir. You had mentioned in your section that you wanted a copy of that. Also, board members have included the opening letter that was sent out to staff advising them of our staff development sessions that are coming up. Also, some of the required trainings that we're going to be required. All employees must complete the policy 4600, which deals with working with special needs students. In addition, we have a number of online modules that will be required for completion by the staff. It is a much lower total than last year. We had it was about 7 hours of training last year. We're more in the range to about three to 3.5 this year. Some of the trainings were required on yearly intervals, some are on every other year intervals. So we've eliminated any that were not physically required this year if those were completed last year. Also included any updates from the State Department as well. That's sent out weekly. I always try to include that for the benefit of our staff members. In regards to anything that I'm updating on from a maintenance standpoint, Electronic Specialties has been in the county. They finished up work at the Brewston School in the new camera system. Actually, the school administration and Mr. Schmidl were trained on that last week. In addition, the crew has now moved on to West Preston. They'll be adding additional cameras in the elementary wing on the exterior and a few additions on the middle school side. The firm will also be updating the key access system. At West, we'll have to reissue all of the key cards. Quite frankly, we've had a lot of issues with their key card system out there. I'm quite happy to get converted. West will now be on the same system that all county schools are, so that we'll also be able to actually manage their users from here in Kingwood. Card issuance actually goes through Mr. Schmidl, so we're hopeful that now that we've got everyone on a common platform, we think that's going to be very helpful in terms of overall management of our systems. The final floor was a vendor that came in, and they actually finished up 3 of our schools in regards to the work on our gym floors. Of course, our floors, 6 of our county floors were renovated last year with levy funds from the voters of Preston County. We are coming in and doing basically general maintenance on the floors. It requires removing the top layer of the oil-based wax, reapplying a top skin coat. They did that work at West, South, and Preston back in late July. The crew came in last week and finished up at Terralta, Brewston, and Central Preston as well. So we're very appreciative of the voters of Preston County for funding to go towards maintaining and managing those floors. In addition, Mr. Tatham, an item you had asked for is the hometown pressure washing. Came in and completed work at Aurora School and the Preston High School. I've got some photos included in the packets. And Mr. Huggins, I don't know if I took your packet or not, but I'll make sure. I may have laid mine over there. But Aurora, they were very, very pleased with the efforts up there. At Preston, I just gave a couple really good examples. The retaining wall, which is down by 309, 310, had really substantial darkening on the brick. It looks like new brick when they finished up. I was very, very pleased with their work. We're going to try to do that, target certain areas and certain buildings in the county to get that work done. But I just wanted to show you some of the noticeable results. We'll certainly work to get that out on our social media sites as well for the general public. The annual Principals Academy took place on Monday, July 31st through August 2nd at Capon State Park. A social media request was, or a social media posting was provided there. We had many of our directors, our principals, and our deans. It was a 3-day session. Principals received reports from program directors, were oriented and completed preparations to effectively implement new disciplinary practices associated with House Bill 2890. And in addition, we received, I was really very pleased, we had Dr. Jim Harris from Marshall University come in to address our administrative group on positive behavior techniques, I guess we should say. I thought that was very well received by our administrative group. I thought Dr. Harris did a great job of working with our group. Let's see, anything else here? Get out of sequence here. Okay, just to update the board, opening staff plans, we have a large-scale opening event at night session, as I alluded to earlier, followed by a series of choice sessions in the afternoon. One thing we are going to do with a lot of our service-based employees is we're going to try to enact the Policy 4600 policy requirements in a large group setting where what that is rather than have, for example, with our bus drivers, we have 65 bus drivers. Rather than having them all have to individually log into the account, we're going to do it in a large group setting with a group sign-in. We're doing that with a lot of our service categories. We think that will be a more expedient way to deliver the training, which is required to be completed by September of '23. Board members, I do appreciate your efforts. We got it in. All 5 board members have submitted 1 day in advance of the deadline for our self-appraisals, so we're good there. Board members, we do have a scheduled meeting on the 28th at 6 p.m. Here in the boardroom, and I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Varner just to briefly update where we stand on filling our various professional and service vacancies.
We have all the positions filled. I am looking for a half-time specialist at Bellisville, Phillipsburg, and I am currently still looking for a 6th grade teacher out at West. And I believe I'm waiting for a phone call back for the health science teacher for the high school. Otherwise, we have everything else filled for professionals for the county and for service. We are going to be putting a bus operator back in the Brisbane area, so that one is posted, as well as the cook cafeteria manager at Roseburg, which is still posted, and the custodian 3 at Kingwood, which is due to be moved through Roseburg. So beyond that, we're going to be able to get all of the service ones filled. So we're looking very positive at the beginning of the school year.
I just wanted to thank Mrs. Varner for her efforts in terms of working in conjunction with our colleges and universities, working to try to get people fully certified. Her efforts along with Mrs. James and Mrs. Sheets is quite commendable. I know when we were looking at our personnel settings a few weeks ago, we were probably sitting at over 30 vacancies. So while we don't have them all filled with certified applicants, we will have teachers in front of students on the first day of instruction. So thank you for your efforts, Mrs. Varner.
And unfortunately, it's what you hear on the news, that's everywhere.
Well, I would say this, though, we are also extremely appreciative. We have many retired educators that are coming back and working for us, and certainly we would be in a very bad way without many of the retirees that are coming in and taking on full-time jobs or certainly fulfilling on our sub-list as well. So we're appreciative of the efforts of our retirees as well.
Okay, any questions for the superintendent?
I have a question. Well, first of all, thank you for the power washing.
Looks good. Yeah, I was
just
happy
seeing
with
it from
that.
the photos, I look forward to walking around and seeing it. Can you give us an update on the Senate Bill 422 requiring schools to publish curriculum online?
Yes, we're going to make a notification to parents so that the primary way that parents will be able to review that material is via their child's Clever account. In our quarterly publication that we will be dispersing to students during the first week of school, there is a there's a section in the book that addresses that issue with parents. It also provides contact information to Mrs. Ryan, who could provide obviously, if the parent is able to answer pertinent questions related to their child, we would be able to pass along that login information so they will be able to view the content that's available, the curriculum available to their child.
So in essence, it'll be put out at the beginning of the school year to get it through Clever? Is that what
Yes.
you're saying? Because right now I have up West Preston's website, and then you can go on there under menu and then get to the course syllabi. But that's just more general. So will this provide more detail, or?
Yes, the intent will be is the textbook resources should be. There are a few exceptions from what I've been told from Mr. Sines and with Mrs. Layton. There are a few exceptions at the high school, some of the higher level, I think it was the higher level history and maybe math, that there would be some textbooks that we'll have to be able to share out in a different capacity because they don't link to Clever. But any of our curriculum materials that link to Clever, that's going to be the most expedient way for parents to view it.
And then will there be a note with it of saying like this, say, online textbook is used or always used, partially used, or is it going to be differentiation with
I mean,
that?
we as per previous discussions, it's going to be important for us to ascertain, any textbook needs at the classroom level and communicate with, that from the school level, they're communicating what's going to be, primarily used in the classroom. What I would say, though, is from the parameters of the bill, we just need to be sure the parents have a means of accessing the content if they choose to do so.
Yeah, the curriculum. It's
Yes.
just the kind of the devil's in the details of how much detail we give.
Correct.
I guess I was not under the impression that a parent that the point of the bill was only to limit to the curriculum that their specific student would have. Would the bill not insinuate that anybody could access any curriculum? Like, I should be able to see K through 12 curriculum for every course, every school, is what my interpretation
I need to look at the specifics of that, but I don't know that that's necessarily accurate. I think they have to be able to access the content and curriculum that's associated with their child.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Okay, hearing nothing, moving on. This time entertain a motion for the board to approve the service personnel agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Zegray. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
This time entertain a motion for the board to approve the professional agenda.
I would like to make a motion that we go into executive session.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to go into executive session. Legal issues
For
on
legal.
personnel?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Tatham?
Yes.
Ms. Feathers?
Yes.
Jimmy, the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. 8:16.
8:16.
We
In
have-
regards to the discussion of the professional personnel
That's where we're
agenda, sorry, I just didn't want you to go ahead straight into the vote because we hadn't discussed.
We haven't made a motion on it.
Yeah, we've not
yet,
had a
right?
motion.
We did not make the motion on it. Okay, I'm sorry.
No,
I
we
move we
just-
accept the professional agenda.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Tatham. Questions, comments?
I make a motion that we exclude or take out Dean of Students of West Preston for discussion and vote separately on that one.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Zegray, second by Mr. Tatham.
Give me 1 second, Mr. Adams.
Yes, sir. To remove the dean of student from West Preston and vote on separately. Any discussion on that? And we're still, let's go back, because we have the motion, Mr. Zegray's moved this. We still have to have discussion.
He's amended the motion, so we would now only discuss that amendment.
Okay. Any questions or comments on the amendment? Okay, hearing none, and call. Go ahead.
First pass the amendment, then make your,
okay.
then you can make your case
I was
on
gonna
why
say
you
we
want
vote.
that second part voted separately,
All right.
if I may.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
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 Okay, 5-0.
Okay.
So now we will discuss the
Now
base
discussion,
motion
the
of the
base
rest
motion.
of the
Minus
agenda,
Minus the,
minus that one position.
Okay.
So in regards to the base agenda, you had said we have everything full except for the handful that you had listed. But for instance, on our professional agenda, my understanding is that there's a third grade position at Terrat East Preston that is still open, that there's going to be a sub in. Like, do you count that as being filled? Or, and maybe I'm wrong on that, but like,
Currently, there is not a third grade position open because Mrs. Nazelrod is in one.
Right.
Mrs. Roy is in the other. On the agenda tonight is a kindergarten position for Terrat.
which is going to cause the cascade.
When the ruffle, yes.
Okay.
When the ruffle switches around, then that will open the third grade, which is the one
Okay.
they're thinking of.
I'm sorry,
And if you
yeah.
have somebody who is interested in moving into there, but not certified,
Right.
but a sub who's going to go into that, we'll post it. If we get someone certified, wonderful. If I don't, I do have a sub who's willing to go into it until I find somebody who is certified.
Okay, I'm sorry. I looked too far ahead on the chessboard, and that's my fault. I appreciate your explanation.
You have to look ahead because I gotta make sure I have someone there.
I wasn't doubting that you had your ducks in a row. I just trying to make sure I understood like what that, when you said we have everything full and like what that means in the grand scheme. So I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
And Mrs. Varner, we would continue, any position that's filled by, in a substitute capacity and an uncertified individual, I mean, unless we're actively working with them to obtain, for example, alternative certification, we have to continue to seek for certified applicants. The subs go into that knowing that they could be potentially bumped from a job if a certified applicant were to apply.
Right, we're not doing that as a long-term sub. It's just we're going to have a sub in there so that we have a body. Like, and I understand. Thank you.
So, oh,
go ahead. I was going to say, any other questions? Go ahead.
in some of these, like, let's just take math, for instance. So I'm assuming there's a long-term sub in math at West Preston, correct? So have we looked into, like, purchasing some kind of program through Edmentum, sorry, to keep some consistency in those classes so they actually learn something that year?
Through Edmentum, we have access to, I think it's called courseware, that individuals in that situation, we could incorporate that as a
We
curricular
could, or
option.
we do. Because, like, I would much rather, like, I don't want us to teach from the computer and show video. But versus somebody that's actually not certified to teach 8th grade math at West, I would much rather they were just leading the curriculum that is correct and very clear and just helping. Now, that's my opinion.
To clarify, Ed Minimum is not a approved county or primary instructional resource for 8th grade math. We have Go Math that's been adopted, and we just approved a trial on whichever one we're doing,
Ready Math.
Ready Math, but Ed Minimum is not county adopted.
Okay, so some program that, like, have we considered that? Have we?
In terms of Edmentum, while it could be considered a supplemental resource, and it would help to provide maybe greater structure to a educator that hasn't been, that's not formally certified in a situation where we have a substitute and an uncertified sub. But what we really would need to do in that instance even more so is, again, that's why we have academic coaching staff that would roll in to provide technical assistance to that educator.
Again, just in my opinion, especially math, because it's no secret, this is my 8th year, and I'll keep saying it, but math needs taught by a certified teacher. And I think it would behoove us to at least look into some kind of structure, especially when we could quite possibly have an entire year with a long-term sub. Nothing personal against them. If they're not certified to teach it, they're not certified to teach it. And I just think it needs some kind of structure, because you lose 1 year of math and there's no getting out. And I will go on to say that I did follow a particular student that took credit recovery for math and through this program. And why we are charging or using a program and letting a student, an 11th grade student, teach themselves math with no certified teacher, at the school during summer school, they're not learning anything. We're going through the motions, and they're not really retaining the information. So,
I mean, certainly in those situations, we would seek out, we want to obviously pull a certified applicant. It's just unfortunate right now, it is very much in demand, and there's quite a shortage.
so I would ask, even through that, because it's the credit recovery is through the same program, correct? And it was my understanding whenever we first purchased this program that there were instructors that were supposed to be available at certain times. And
The students who are in the full-scale virtual program, that is the case. They have access to instructors.
so can we inquire, is there some kind of instructional availability for the credit recovery?
I mean, at a cost, yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure there is, but the cost of them not having the information is greater.
And I certainly understand. In that instance, though, what we would be doing is double paying. We're paying for an in-person teacher, and then we're also paying for an online service. But I do understand what you're saying, Mrs. Feathers, for sure.
So, thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
If somebody could just give me these teacher mentor positions, sorry, again, I don't have any background in education. Like, is that like a stipend for additional work that they do? What are they?
Help out.
So all of our first year teachers have to be assigned a teacher mentor.
Alright.
We've done this in a variety of ways.
Okay.
Sometimes we have these retired teachers who, like Rhonda Jenkins has done it amazingly for a long time. Ann Southlands came back. We've done it that way. Last year we used Michelle Liga and Sophia Kitchener. They were coaches that mentored. And it was a lot for just 2 people to try to do all of our new teachers. So, what we're going to do this year is we're opening it back up like it used to be a while ago. And, so on here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, we have 9 people, who are signed up as teachers mentors. They have to go through a training through the states.
Okay.
To become a teacher mentor. And then we'll split up all of our new teachers amongst these guys, and they will work with them. They have to work with them outside of the school day, as well as sometimes during the school day, which we'll have to provide them a sub or work with the principals to give them time to go and work with them. And then they do get paid a stipend
Per
working with them.
per each teacher that they're assigned.
But they can only get paid for the time that they work with them outside of the school day. For
Okay.
their stipend.
Gotcha.
But a lot of them help them out during the day, and it's nice to be at the same school
Yeah.
with that. Because that person might come in at lunchtime and say, hey, I got a problem. I can't get on this computer, and they go in there and here's how we get on. Oh, okay. So it's helpful to have them at the local schools. And I know sometimes we didn't have that, but
I mean, we have South, we have Central, we have Brewston, we have Aurora, we have Tirada. So we have a variety around the county. So,
The responsibility sounds almost like identical to what the coaches are. Are we not able to just assign a coach?
we did that last year.
Okay.
And like we only had 2 coaches instruction and be in the classrooms and be modeling and doing what we hired them to do. And this mentoring part there's a lot more to it
Okay.
than just the instructional based part of it. So
Okay.
What's the funding source for those positions?
there is money that comes to us from the state. The state gives us teacher leadership mentor money. So it comes out of a whole separate pot of funds.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so
Thank you.
at this time, we're voting on the original.
The
Minus-
entire agenda
The entire-
minus that one
Minus
position.
the one
that's all.
position. Ready?
Is this one a voice one? or
No, I
is
can
this-
do, that,
okay.
that I can run through. Well, wait a second, hold on. No.
I think it is.
One of the two of them he can use his automatic vote for. One of the two of them will have to be voice.
Mr. Zigre's part would have to be voice.
Yes.
Since it wasn't on there.
Yeah.
Right.
They did that to me.
Save that. Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0. And that's all positions on the agenda minus the West Preston Dean position.
Okay, now, this time, that's already been moved and seconded, so now it's discussion on that one, correct? Okay. Okay, open for questions or discussion.
I would like to have a background on the purpose of the motion and the
Okay,
the logic behind it. Like, I don't know anything
I
about the
believe
situation.
West Preston already has a principal and an assistant principal at their school. Now they're asking for a dean of students. Okay, and Brewston, probably the same number, is in the same situation. So I could see them coming back and asking us for a dean of students. Everybody would like to have extra help, to deal with some of their problems or situations in their schools. First thing. Second thing, if we are having problems at the school, as they suggested when they did their report to us, I think we need to go other avenues as far as helping them out, trying to solve some of their problems, and if they have overstaffing. Now, we've lost a number of teachers over there, so you got a bunch of brand-new teachers, maybe some kind of in-service for the first-year teachers that are over there, help them out with classroom instruction, classroom discipline, or whatever. And like I said, some of our schools only have a principal and a dean. They don't have an assistant principal. So I feel some of our deans would, be upset because, basically you're doing assistant principal work as a dean of students. We call it a dean. I don't know how that term got started way back when it did, but.
Well, if I may, my understanding that I was given when I was asking questions was that the difference is whether or not somebody has a certain degree, a certain level of degree. Is that correct? Like the difference between an assistant principal and a dean is
Dean's
some
pay-
amount of education difference or
No,
no?
dean's paid at a teacher salary. Many of our deans hold administrative degrees. Yeah. With a dean classification, however, they are not able to formally evaluate teachers.
Okay.
But they can, for example, work in areas of student discipline or attendance or SAT process or any.
They can do a lot of
things.
similar. So it is not an educational thing. It is simply what's determined for that school based on budgetary concerns and how many evaluations. Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I
Oh,
just wanted to
that's all right.
clarify.
No
That was
problem.
what I
That was-
understood was the difference.
Yeah.
So, but right, they cannot evaluate. Go ahead with your explanation as to why you.
Well, like I said, I think some of the other schools will be asking us for extra help at their schools. Everybody could always use an extra person at their school.
What, at this specific school, what will this dean of students do? And I'll ask that first, then I'll follow up with a
I
question.
I think their work would be very much in line with what dean duties would be seen at other schools. The thought process is, and I think Mr. Ziegler, you bring up a good point, Brewston School is probably the closest parallel. Brewston is not a Title I school. This position is being potentially funded through Title I funds. that were originally, I believe, designated for a coaching position that was unfulfilled, or there was a resignation very close to the start of the year. We would need to look at this position as to, we would not want to necessarily pull from an existing classroom with this posting. We would want to see the applicant pool of what might be potentially available. West Preston is in a status in terms of improvement status that relates to special education. So the thought process is also that more, again, more administrative and technical assistance. With that process, we have added an additional teacher at the school. The special ed staff, Mrs. Miller, has gone from 8 to 9 in regards to some of the funding from the, I always get this wrong, the CSI, it's like, I always think crimes. Yeah. CSI funding is devoted to one additional position add in regards to the special ed staff. This is more in line with the school's title monies. It was allocated for a coaching position. It potentially could be rebudgeted. I don't know the parameters if that can be rolled over year to year or if it needs to be expended this year. I venture to say the money does need to be expended. So if it does not go the route of a position, it needs to be rebudgeted, pretty rapidly.
So what will this Dean of Students do?
I think the Dean of Students would again be working to help coordinate student assistance team processes, work to handle disciplinary matters, which one thing that's been heard at West is there are a high number of disciplinary matters that were above and beyond. I think part of that process too would be to compare and contrast enrollment numbers. The high school has, about, Mr. Seymour, about 1150 with 5 administrators, whereas West Preston is sitting, about 650? Okay. The numbers are varied, but they're looking at the potential that while it's not a full-fledged principal position, it's adding additional administrative help at one of our larger schools.
This is probably not even doable, but so if we don't have that position, is there any way we could use that funding to add it on to our alternative education person to make a...
I don't know that we could do that via title monies, unfortunately, but a different funding pot.
Worth a shot.
So you mentioned that if we approve this position and it's posted and people apply for it, and let's assume that everyone that applies is a teacher, a classroom teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have to hire one of those people even if it vacates a classroom?
No, and I think that's what we need to assess at this juncture, whether we would allow a move at that juncture. And I think that it could be a position that's unfulfilled. A classroom teacher, for example, in-district classroom teacher could bid and be named in the position, but we, for example, could say we're not allowing the move until the coming year. And then the position would again be dependent upon do we have funding for it in the next fiscal year. So it just might end up in a situation that position goes unfulfilled.
But what happens then because once you have 3 applicants, don't you have to fill the position? I was told at one point.
You could fill the position effective for the 24-25 school year.
But what would happen if, say, we had 4 people apply, 3 are classroom teachers, the 4th person that applies maybe ranks the lowest, is the least desirable candidate, but the top 3 are classroom teachers and we don't want to pull them. Now, do we have to take the 4th person?
No, you could hire whom you feel to be the best candidate, but again, based upon their job situation. I mean, let's say if it's an outside candidate, we don't know if we'd even be able to get them out of contract, for example. I mean, it's the timing of this was unfortunate. It was based upon the timing of the resignation of the
I guess I'm just
original
trying to figure out
position.
why this one's different than what I remember previous positions where I felt like I understood that once we
School's
had a
already started.
position, school year started.
Yeah.
So once the school year started, we could post a position and interview for it, but not necessarily fill it?
You could fill it again. You could fulfill it for the coming act. You just would not allow the move at this point in time.
So we'd be filling it for the following school year.
Correct. That happens quite a bit, actually.
Well, I mean, I think that's a great way to do it if you're going for the absolute best candidate. If you say, hey, we're looking long-term, not
Sure.
short-term, and we're going to interview for the absolute best candidate, and we're going to give everyone 12 months to work into it.
Right. The problem with that process is, again, we might have to end up riffing that position at the end of the year because of not knowing the funding status for the position.
My concern is, we're adding a position beginning of the school year, and then we're going to post it, we're going to get applicants, and then we may be stuck with somebody that's not perfect for that position or not ideal. If we're trying to fix a problem at West Preston because they need additional administrative help, are we really helping the situation if we get a less than ideal candidate?
Don't know if until I see what the applicant pool looks like.
But you understand what I'm saying?
I do, I do.
I mean, I would imagine most candidates already have a position.
True.
And so.
But, I mean, we've had.
Who's going to be applying for it that, at this late in the game?
We've had positions with odd time positions where we have pulled, I mean, I understand exactly what you're saying though.
Okay.
But just to make sure, and I'm sorry, just to make sure I understand, we put up the position, 5 people apply for it. They're all teachers within the system right now, so we decide that we're gonna make it effective for next school year, not this school year.
We can
right?
do that, yes.
And we can do that. Then.
We
if
could
decide-
state that as such in the posting even.
Yeah, and then if we decide next year that we don't want the position, or we riff it at the end of this year, if we don't want it. If we do want it though, that person's locked into that job, right?
That's
Like,
correct.
we can't just repost it, you can't do another interview process.
That's
That
correct.
person is locked into it, even if the greatest administrator in the world wants to come out of retirement and come take it in her system. We can't repost it, so we're locked into it. So, I mean, that's our risk in
Yes.
doing this.
I mean, sometimes though, a teacher candidate is going to be an excellent candidate. It's just based
Right.
upon the circumstances, whether you would want to permit that move.
Yeah.
I mean, through my discretion, I could allow the move. But again, I don't think it's necessarily good practice to pluck someone from a classroom environment early in the year and plug them into an administrative job.
Right.
Unless there's a huge need there, we just have to say.
And do I understand correctly that your position on why we should add the position is because of the deficiencies that West is? West is our only school on alert with the state, right? And that is your logic for why we should invest in this position? Did I understand that correctly, or am I reading into it?
Sure, for example, let's say, for example, if the school is spending an exorbitant period of time, your administrator is spending an exorbitant amount of time on disciplinary matters. If you have a dean of students that can maybe absorb some of those responsibilities, that allows your administrator to get into classrooms more frequently to observe, to help drive improvement of instruction. I mean, that would be the goal behind it if you're, I mean, to me, if you're going to add a job of that nature, it's because, to get your administrators more readily in the classrooms if they're getting bogged down with, say, for example, disciplinary matters.
Yeah. Which I'm all for, but I don't know very many disciplinary issues that should be more than 10 or 15 minutes of time per, and at that point in time, they should be here. Like, we've got to start moving these up when you've got 5 or 6 or 7 of them. Like, those students need to be here.
I will say that, Mr. Kisner, I will say, you could have one discipline matter that'll take you all day. Like, literally, by the time you've interviewed kids, you've contacted parents, you do everything that you need to do.
Sorry. Yeah.
It's not the act itself, it's in the aftermath, all of the procedural things that you have to do to deal with that properly.
Yeah, I apologize. I meant like indirect with the student who had the or the
Sure.
student who you were reprimanding or whatever. Like,
No, I get that, yes,
like,
but-
other than in-school suspension, like, it should be a 15-minute talk about what you did wrong. And again, we've got to start getting these disciplinary issues escalated and getting kids out of the distraction of the area that they're able to distract. But I'm all for anything that leads to better discipline and a better learning environment. Invest away.
But yeah, if we were to look to add anything like this, I mean, obviously, I think Mr. Zigray brought up a good point. Really, from an enrollment standpoint, the only place I think you would consider this is West and Brewston, just based on sheer numbers. And they do have similar numbers of students. The issue with Brewston is, again, it's a funding source matter, is that this is being funded potentially via Title I, and Brewston is not a Title I designated school.
But you believe there's a direct correlation between adding this and improving West Preston's position with
I think that's the intent behind the recommendation, yes.
Okay.
So you can stop me at any time if this question is not allowed. But is it possible, like, the disciplinary actions or problems that we're having at West, that this dean of students, you think may help, is this because we have chronic, multiple disciplinary actions, or do we have repeat offenders that constantly rack it up?
Both. I mean, we could dive into their specific disciplinary matters and see who your heavy hitters, who your repeat.
Just because of past information that we have received, is it possible that looks heavier than it is to warrant the position?
Well, I think in this instance, and this is one thing that's going to be a goal this year with our administrative groups, is really getting a more consistent approach to discipline in terms of what is reported, what is documented within WEBIS, because quite frankly, that does vary from building to building. I mean, I was in a small school, and I documented everything. Like any disciplinary infraction, a kid probably came out of Fellows,ville with a longer record than maybe other schools because I wrote them up they didn't bring their pencil to class or something. I mean, whether that's right or wrong, it was a means of documenting the action. We need to get a more consistent approach district-wide to how we're doing that. Because every place doesn't look the same right now.
That might be worth looking into before we invest in another position to fix a problem that we really don't know what we have yet. Because if it's a cumulative for repeat offenders, because from what I understand, there has been, like, it's not like you have a classroom that is unruly, that each one of them are a different incident, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, and I don't want to indicate to either Mrs. Feathers that the only reason this position is being looked at is strictly a discipline. That's part of the equation here. I mean, there are certainly other matters. Again, looking at attendance matters, student assistance team processes. A dean can go in, and while they're not going to necessarily formally evaluate, again, they can be a trained set of eyes. Many of them are formally trained evaluators. They just can't do the official evaluation. But for example, classroom walkthroughs, deans are certainly permitted to do that, which that's a point of emphasis that, again, we're just trying to get our administrators or deans more frequently in classrooms because, if you don't, you're not going to know what's going on in the rooms unless you're in there.
Right.
And the only thing I'd say, I appreciate the consistency comment about getting it consistent about schools. To me, the consistency is secondary to figuring out what's working. I mean, this positive reinforcement crap, in my opinion, does not work, and we know it doesn't work. But that's not the point of this, but I'm saying we've got to get consistent. The consistency is secondary to figuring out what's working in which schools, because we've got to deter the actions that are leading to constant disciplinary meetings, time, distraction. I mean, like, that's the thing. Once we figure out which ones are what's working, then let's consistently get that. If that makes sense.
I understand. I don't know that I would use that verbiage to describe.
I understand.
I would say too, I mean, I think if it's carried out properly, I think a lot of the positive behavior reinforcers can be effective. I understand what you're saying. There are situations where, but I mean, I could show you statistics where, if you expel and you out of school suspend them all the time, it's not effective either unless it's done in correlation with some type of rehabilitative processes to, if you just put them out of school and you don't do anything with them, they're going to come back. They're not necessarily going to change their behavior simply because I removed them from the school environment.
I understand that concern.
I mean, I think these things all have to be done in conjunction. It's not I don't know that, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what he said.
It's just not a one-size-fits-all.
Sure.
I understand. I also want to give the other 25 students a chance, and that's where I'm coming from. But again, I don't mean to digress from that.
I had a quick question for Mr. Zigray since he made the amendment. Is your only concern that other schools are going to ask for deans? Because I think Mr. Martin addressed that West Preston has Title I money and Brewston doesn't. Do you have other concerns or?
Yeah, the one, and the second is, okay, if we're having problems at any of our schools, maybe there needs to be some training on, okay, here are what some schools are doing. They have internal suspension. They have Saturday detention. Some schools have that and some schools don't. Some schools have implemented that. I've been at schools where we voluntarily gave up our planning period one day a week and did internal. Now, the teachers opted that because that was a solution that worked. You're taking that student's time, he's out of the regular classroom, and he's gone for the day. Now, he's still doing his work, and the teachers still come in and help him out during the periods they have planning, but some schools do that, some schools don't. So if we had a consistent, as you were saying, a consistent across the board, what is working? And I'm not saying that works at every school, but some of the schools I've been at, it did work.
Sure.
But do you feel that those methods or measures should be tried first before we do this position, or do you personally feel from your experience that we should consider this position?
I think the methods should be tried first before we consider the position, because if they're not working, okay, let's give them something that is working and have them try that instead.
You're saying try that before we add a new position.
Right. I mean, right now, we're doing all these little classes with teachers and principals, this would be an ideal time to say, hey, we're gonna drop this one, but we're gonna put this one back in for discipline. And here's what we're working, and maybe have 5 or 6 principals saying, here's what's working in my school right now. Here's what's not working in my school. And if they all had 5 or 6 chances to explain what's working at their school, maybe you pick one of those up. I know at the beginning of the year, a long time ago, we used to have all the science teachers get together. And you'd have ideas, hey, here's what I'm doing at the school. And hey, that's a good idea. Never thought of that. So at the beginning, when we're having these sessions, not saying we have some sessions that aren't helpful, but we could substitute something for the principals and say, hey, here's a chance for you guys to get together, speak openly, what's working, what's not working, and what problems you're having. Because the problems are different. I mean, as we're finding out.
For sure.
Thank you. Has the faculty senate at West Preston requested this position or given a
The
recommendation?
faculty senate has not requested the position, no. We have not received a formal recommendation for the position.
Can you tell us what spurred the thought? Was this just your thought on how to solve it, or, I mean, can I ask that and maybe?
I think in terms of, again, we had an abrupt resignation. I think the thought process is, with this being a title-based position, Mrs. McDonald, I think, felt that this was a potential add that could be beneficial to our school based upon some of their needs expressed in terms of special ed needs, disciplinary needs, and looking at their overall school enrollment comparative to other district schools.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any other comments? Okay, hearing none, call for the vote.
That to be a voice vote, Mr. Huggins.
Yes, sir.
And just clarify what the vote is. We've already pulled it from the agenda. Are we voting?
No, we separated it as a separate item to vote on in the agenda. So
Yes.
you are now voting yes or no? Do we allow
Specifically
this
to that
position to be
position.
added?
So a
Since you
yes
vote
adds the
yes, you're
position
adding
and
the
no
position.
does
No.
not add the
Just this
position.
position.
Just this position.
Okay, no.
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 Yes.
No.
Okay, went down 1-4.
And that's a tough one.
Like I said, this is the time to get the principals and the deans of students together and have them have a discussion like, here's what's working at our school. And I mean, you can take it or leave it, and then consolidate that information, give it to the superintendent, and if they think it's needed down the road here, do it.
Hopefully that new House bill will also help.
Next on the agenda, moving on, recommend the board approve the revision of policy R-3-24-3, which is the high school promotion and retention, on the second read for adoption.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Zigray. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Next on the agenda is discussion, information only, House Bill 2890 update.
Board members, in your packets, this was definitely a point of discussion at our recent Administrators Academy. House Bill, so in your packets, you received basically a legislation summary. And again, these were all pulled from the Green Book that was referenced during the superintendent's update. With 2890, we looked at the provisions of the bill. There were some specific requirements, though, of the policy that we felt we needed to best address. So a few things that are included within your packets is we've come up with a step-by-step how-to sheet that can be supplied to classroom teachers for discipline entry guidelines. This legislation requires within 24 hours of an occurrence in which a teacher excludes a student that they must properly document the disciplinary action within the WEVA system. Again, if teachers haven't been formally trained, we felt like we could provide a very detailed with screenshots step by step by step to complete that process. That is definitely going to be something that will be discussed as per our conversation at the Principals Academy with teachers in these first few days of professional development. So they do need to understand, first of all, how that data entry process will be. Now, the intervention portion is actually completed by the administrator. But again, through this process, a teacher who has tried, various methods to work with the child in regards to disciplinary issues, and they ultimately make a decision that the child does need to be excluded from class, they must first document that within WEVIS. The principal must have communications with that classroom teacher within 24 hours, and the administrator must then make a determination. The student is not permitted to return to that class for the remainder of the academic day. In that conversation, there needs to be, what is going to be enacted before the child returns. If there's an exclusion from a specific class 3 times during a given month, that student cannot return until, again, there is a plan of action that is supplied to the classroom teacher. If the classroom teacher disagrees with said action, there must be an appeal process. So within your packets, there's also a sample of an appeal form that can be provided to teachers so that they have a means, if they disagree with an administrative decision in regards to exclusions from the classroom environment. Again, this has to be a very timely submission in the fact that if I send the kid back to class and the teacher, tells me 2 weeks later he should be excluded, it's not appropriate for me then to pull the student out of class. There has to be a timeliness to this. So again, we felt with the legislation does not require that there be a 24-hour period in regards to this appeal process. I just personally feel it does need to be it needs to be done in a timely manner. So I just wanted to make sure that the board had an opportunity to review the materials that we're recommending for use within the school setting. I can work ultimately, if this requires a policy-based document, so that we have this in the form of a policy for formal review. But a lot of this was done in conjunction with our administrators at the academy in regards to, I think the step-by-step process for classroom teachers will be helpful in regards to, they need to know if they have not ever had to do a data or a discipline entry, just the procedural process to do as such. Yeah. And then again, that there's a process for them to appeal a decision in which they do not agree with. So I just wanted to make sure the board had an opportunity to review that in regards to our actions in regards to House Bill 2890.
Okay, so if a teacher excludes a student from class, the principal cannot send them back that period, but
That's
the
correct.
teacher is required to enter it in WEVIS or whatever.
Yes, within 24 hours.
Within 24 hours.
Yep,
They can't be sent to the classroom that day, right? Is it just that day or that period?
that period. If it's and this is, I will say this is specific to students in grades 6
Right.
through 12.
Yeah.
So this is not what we're talking about with lower elementary. 6 through 12, grades 6 through 12 students, this is applicable to. So in that instance, it's more period-based because typically at the middle school level, these kids are going to move from period to period. They're not generally departmentalized.
So if you look at paragraph 2 of 2890, the provided handout, the very last sentence, in these instances, the student may be excluded from the teacher's classroom and may not return to that teacher's classroom for at least the remainder of the instructional day.
From that teacher's classroom for the remainder of the academic day. So now, I would say the action of the exclusion might warrant that the kid not go to their social studies class either.
Okay.
But in this instance, they definitely could not return to the math class for the remainder
You're
of that
contending
day.
that all 6th graders are changing classes every period. I'm sorry, that's what I did not, that's what's not in my head. Okay.
Yes.
I'm still back in the 90s when I was in. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So it's not going back to that classroom, they can go to another classroom. Understood.
If it's appropriate for them to
Right.
return, again, it's dependent upon what,
Absolutely.
quite frankly, there are instances where a classroom teacher might exclude a kid. It's a personality issue where the kid does I had kids like that. I had kids that I had coworkers,
Right.
had all kinds of problems with, and they were good as gold for me, and
Right.
probably vice versa.
Right.
So situation, let's say there's a fight in the hallway, teacher has that kid in class, excludes that kid because they sent him to the office.
I
That'd be a
think
different
a fight in the hallway there is just going to fall under.
Different situation.
Yes, I
Okay.
don't know that would necessarily warrant a classroom exclusion. That is an act, like, I think when you're talking about out on a playground
Right.
or in a restroom setting the legislation does indicate a bus environment. The problem I see with that is, I don't understand where a teacher would be removing them from the bus setting, because unless they're like on a field trip, for
Right.
example. And I just think that's going to be rare. I think that was maybe a bit of an oversight in the development of the legislation. That would have been where they would have needed to empower, a bus driver or the transportation director to have greater leeway in terms of exclusions,
Right.
which the verbiage doesn't say that, though.
All right.
So do you feel this bill will help teachers feel more supported in their disciplinary?
I think that, if you're communicating with your teachers, they should know what's going on. There should be that conversation, but with this, they'll physically see it. If they do the discipline entry,
Yeah.
the principal is going to have to input an intervention action, which they will be able to physically see.
So there's a little bit more meat to their,
There's
It
transparency.
requires that level of communication, and the teacher is going to have more transparency. What actually happened in this situation?
So,
The advantage from the classroom teacher part, in the old system, I send a kid to Mr. Martin as principal.
I don't know what
I
happened.
don't know what happened.
right.
Now, I'm able to go on the computer, Mr. Martin did blah, 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 blah.
So I foresee the disciplinary action, like being a targeted school for disciplinary, I foresee it to skyrocket. Would it not go
What?
without saying? Because everything's gonna be reported now. Like, is
I think your
that-
number is it requires it to be reported.
Right.
At 60-12 level, yeah, I think you would see an increase
Which I don't see
because
a
the
problem.
legislation requires reporting as such.
Right. Like when we're talking at West, is it so much that there's that many more disciplinary problems? Or they're
Just getting
sticklers
reported.
about, they report them all? You know what I mean? Like, because I don't have a problem with them reporting them. I'd rather they were like red as far as on awareness, as long as they're disciplining their students, because that's how we should be raising them or raising our kids, whatever. But just collectively as a board, I think we just need to keep this in the back of our mind. So whenever this report comes back in a year's time and it's red hot, give them a pat on the back.
I just thought that, obviously as board members, there's a lot of legislation. I think this one is going to be, is a pretty big impact. So I just wanted to be sure that you've gotten the pertinent
Sounds like it'd be
information.
supportive.
Yeah.
This bill has me more excited than anything I've ever seen. Like, I've
remember it
talked
was
with more
coming out, you had
legislators,
commented
I've
as
talked to more
such.
legislators about this than I have everything else combined. With that said, my question is on the back of, on page 192, so if you flip over to the next one. First, full sentence, each county board is also required to ensure that each school implements a tier system policy with teacher input. Teachers that are listening near and far, whatever, please get involved, to provide a framework for student behaviors and punishments designed to promote a teaching and learning environment free from substantial classroom disturbances. So what are we doing towards that end? What do we have planned for that?
we
Because
are-
that's now, right? Like,
Yes, we are actively working on that process. For example, our training with Mr. Harris is an example of providing our administrators with training, but we need to be sure that that is trickling down into the classrooms as well, where they're getting those same types of trainings and resources. But also that we need to develop a formal tiered system. I think we do probably a pretty good job at 1 and 3, but it's that intermediate area sometimes that's difficult.
but do we have meetings set up at every school? Have we sent an invite to all teachers? Do you want to be part of this new tier system? Because it needs to be new with teacher input, right? Like, required to ensure that implements a tier system policy with teacher input. So we can't just say whatever's there, it's a tier policy, it's okay. There needs to be, we are to ensure. So I personally would love to have a board member at every meeting at every school when this is because we're to ensure this. There's some hands-on here to make sure that we're getting teacher input into how these tiers are set up. And maybe I'm reading it wrong, but that's what I'm asking is what are we doing to start setting up these tiers?
Is that in conjunction with PBIS?
Yes, the PBIS is definitely something that is in support of this initiative, and we have the vast majority of our schools are working in conjunction with the Autism Center at Marshall to implement. Last year, Kingwood Elementary is recognized as a model PBIS school. We have Aurora and Brewston have gone through the training process, and I think all of our other schools are slated for training during the course of this year. But we also have to work with an actual physical policy development that, again, we'll have to establish committees to meet to that end.
Yes,
to
because
get a
those PPIs,
consistent
by my
approach.
understanding, those were sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, I thought you were cut, but those have been selected by the principals right? Like the principals chose to be a part of those systems, like an administrator of the school system would say, hey, we're gonna do this thing that Kingwood Elementary did and we're gonna bring it in. That's a system, that's not teacher input, that's not, it may be even tiered, but that's an administrative selection, whereas this says we are to ensure that the teachers are involved and able to have input in this.
With Marshall, when they come in, like when they came in and worked with Kingwood Elementary, they had a team of teachers that was on that. And they built
Right.
it as the school. They had a PBIS team of teachers that built it. Aurora has a team, Preston has a teacher team. So when Marshall comes in and starts working with the schools, they build that team first of teachers. And then they go and create it together. Because they create, what does this look like in the cafeteria? What will this look like in the bus room? What does this
Hallway.
look like in the classroom? What does this look like in the hallways? So the teachers build this as it's working. So it will be a group of teachers that works with in the building to build each one of those areas.
So are those teams already set based on these Marshall visits?
Like Mr. Martin was saying, Brewston and Aurora have theirs, Kingwood is already done, and now the other schools are all gonna start building into those this year. Marshall's gonna start in.
Right, that PBIS system, and again, I understand, like, I think Terrata bought a piece of software that KES had, and so, I mean, like that, you know, okay.
Different system, actually. They're
Okay.
not affiliated.
Okay. I guess I think this was intentional from our legislators, that this is not a top-down, this is not administrators saying, here's the system we're gonna use, that our teachers need to be involved in setting these tiers. They need to feel supported. I keep on voicing, I want them to know that they're supported, and I want administrators to know they're supported, but I mean, we've got to get an environment that they can learn in. So I would hope, if it's not already, that it goes out to the teacher saying, 2890, if you want to be involved in setting up these tiers, if you want to have input on how this disciplinary new tier system is going to be, whether you're part of the group or not, there shouldn't be any exclusion. Teachers need to have input, and I mean, they got to feel like their classroom, they have the proper tiers and that it's set up, they have a proper way to escalate things up. From where, that would be my preference. I'm not in charge here as a single person, but that would be my input. And again, I would love to be invited by an administrator or teacher to these meetings to see this tier set up. I would absolutely love to be a part of that. I will take time out of my schedule whenever. Thank you. And thanks for all that you've done. I mean, I appreciate that you've tackled this head on at your administrator meetings. I do think that the teacher portion of this bill was intentional in that the teachers don't want to just be handed, here's how we're doing it. And
I mean, there's elements of it, though, in terms of the reporting. There's elements that are indicated within the legislation we have to.
Right,
They got to do it this way.
administrators need to be involved too. I'm not trying to cut them out. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay, moving on. At this time, entertain a motion for the board to approve the attached educational leave request.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Ziegler. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Next on the agenda, entertain a motion for the board to approve Julie Bright to complete contractual services for Preston County Schools related to psychoeducational testing services and school psychology supervisory services through July 2024.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Ziegler, second by Ms. Feathers. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Next, excuse me. Next on the board, entertain a motion to approve the attached agreement for surrogate parental services between Preston County Schools and Kathy Torsney.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Zigray. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Next on the agenda, entertain a motion for the board to approve the agreement for healthcare staffing between Preston County Schools and Interim Healthcare.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Zigray. Questions or comments? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Next on the agenda, entertain a motion for the board to approve the agreement between Preston County Schools and Little Bear Child Care Center, LLC, to provide preschool services to children for the 23-24 school year.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Zigray. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Next on the agenda, entertain a motion for the board to approve the Preston County Universal Pre-K MOU between Preston County Schools and North Central West Virginia Community Action Incorporated.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Tatham. Any questions or comments?
If I may ask, Ms. Miller, if this MOU was not accepted, what happens?
You would possibly not get funding for your preschool students.
We'd still have to offer it, we just wouldn't get funding, is that? Okay. All right. I just was trying, I mean, like, looking over it, it talks about us doing pre-K with, I mean, in this way, but just like, what is ultimately, what doesn't happen if it doesn't pass? Like, that's.
And board members, one thing I looked at from last year we ran, and I appreciate Mrs. Miller and her staff, I believe all the pertinent attachments are there that were referenced within the MOU for your all's review. So, the one item I know that had been brought up at a previous meeting in regards to recommendations made to the core team was in regards to the rubric that's used to place students, which I believe there is a point valuation that's assigned to students, where the student lives. It is considered a point consideration on the rubric that was recommended by the core team. So did want to call that to the board's attention.
Is there any modifications to this agreement from last year that, I mean, like, I read over it the same as I did last year, but I did not pull and compare side to side. Is it essentially the same agreement as last year, or is there any changes?
The same agreement as last year.
Okay.
So, we have a meeting, Mr. Martin and I are gonna schedule a meeting with them to look, if we wanna make changes for the following year, we need to make that meeting and have a discussion with them.
Early.
August or September of this year.
Okay.
So if we want changes in the next year, that we gotta do that now.
Okay.
Yeah, the one thing that we're struggling with, and I know that Mrs. Miller and I have talked to Mrs. Varner, is one of the positive relationships with our relationship with Head Start is the fact that we're able to utilize classroom aides and hired through Head Start at a much discounted price comparative to if we were to hire them. But it is becoming a greater struggle for them to find staffing as well. I mean, I think we're all experiencing the same thing. But that's a major advantage of that relationship is if they are able to hire positions for their aides. If we were to pay those through the state aid form, it would cost us much, much more to hire those ourselves.
Okay, so I'll jump in here across if that's okay. So some of my questions and concerns are very similar to what we discussed back in earlier July. So for me, I opened up the letter from Bowles and Rice to kind of review. So to summarize, So from the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, I still come back where I don't think I have the same understanding of what maybe someone else understands, and that would be Section 10, which is on page 10, and that being the difference between eligibility and being accepted into the program, as Kim Croyle said, and then placement. Because I think all the questions that we had from the community was placement. So within the MOU, we still have the exact same language that Preston County uses a universal application process to include financial disclosures that includes copies, blah, blah, blah. And then it goes on to, that's eligibility and being accepted. Then placement in the Preston County Preschool Collaborative sites is determined based upon a number of factors, including compliance with McKinney-Vento homelessness, school district in which they live, which we've established, that just means Preston County, and parental preference. So that, and then it says subsequently income eligibility. So according to our MOU, placement is 3 factors: homelessness, whether or not, then the school district, which is Preston County, and then what a parent requests. Then we consider income status just to make sure that we have a fair grouping of everyone. So then I go to attachment, what is that, 6, 7, and 8, which is basically your schematic, I think, on page 3, the criteria. So the top of that, it says criteria for enrollment, which again, to me, that says criteria for eligibility to be accepted into the program. And as Kim Croyle says, being accepted into the program does not mean you get guaranteed placement at your site choice. Under the very first one, it says 4-year-old homeless foster kinship, automatic placement. Okay, so that one I probably could understand. If you're a 4-year-old, you're automatically accepted. We have to accept all 4-year-olds.
Yes.
And according to our MOU, the first thing that we consider is homelessness. And so that would be a placement. So probably that student's going to get a placement of their choice because that's the first factor that we consider. Then it says 4-year-old with IEP, automatic placement. Our MOU does not say that we give automatic placements based on an IEP.
I think that, like, the MOU doesn't state that. That's what the criteria sheet does. So the MOU says you'll have a criteria sheet, and then you have a criteria sheet.
So then by this criteria sheet, we're saying that automatically that a 4-year-old is accepted into the program, they're eligible.
4-year-old for homeless, either homeless, foster, or kinship.
Okay, the first one, I get. That one I understand.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that one I understand because on our MOU, it says that we consider the homeless status. That's one that we consider. The next one is the one I have a question with. A 4-year-old with an IEP, we have to accept them.
Yes.
We have to. I understand that part, but that we're in agreement with. But our MOU does not say that we give automatic placement based on IEP.
MOU's not going to say that. It's the criteria sheet that will say that.
So this sheet right here is tying us to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The sheet tells us with it, yeah. The MOU says you have a criteria sheet.
Okay.
But it doesn't, and it tells you in it that you have to have the homeless. You have to have, you have to have something about the rest of this.
Yes. So my question is devil's advocate. We know we have to accept, because we want to, and we have to accept a 4-year-old with an IEP. Why do we want to give them, and when it says automatic placement, that, to me, that reads that the parent gets to choose where they want that kid placed. Automatic placement, meaning the parent's choice.
Placement in a program.
Enrollment.
4-year-olds have to have, not 3-year-olds, all 4-year-olds in Preston County have to be given a place in a preschool program.
I understand. So automatic acceptance.
Yeah, have to be.
But I'm saying is the word placement is getting used interchangeably.
Yeah.
Placement is just right there, was just used to mean that you're automatically accepted.
Yeah, and I think then.
But placement as a parent, as we heard, means that they get placed where they want. So I have a problem with this schematic because it's not clear to me, and I've been talking about it, because that says automatic placement. Placement where?
Mrs. Miller, I guess,
Automatic placement in a 4-year-old program.
Yeah, but all of them, all 4-year-olds automatically get placed.
Right. But
So why do we have to state the redundant? If you're 4-year-olds, you're automatically placed in the
True.
program.
Should that read automatic enrollment?
But you are, the automatic placement and the piece that's not in this is the application.
Okay, but what I'm getting to, Ms. Miller, not to, if you jump down to the 4th one where it says 4-year-old low income, why do we have to give them 60 points? They're automatically placed because they're 4 years old. They get automatic placement too. 4-year-old at 130% income. It needs to say automatic placement because they're automatically placed.
But then when we're looking at the criteria sheet, we are truly looking at, like, when you do the application, they list the schools that they want to go to, okay? So then you would be looking at whatever their first choice was, whatever their second choice was, whatever their third choice was. So,
Mrs. Miller, I guess one question I have is with this, the verbiage automatic placement, could this be potentially tweaked to automatic enrolled? That we would certainly enroll them? I mean, does that verbiage work?
I would be happy to check. I don't.
Because then I almost would say if you strike line, because really the point valuations below are more to utilize to determine the program in which the child is, the program location in which the child is placed. Am I correct in saying that?
This is what we're using once we have all the applications for Kingwood Elementary.
Right.
And if you want in Kingwood Elementary, you use this criteria sheet to determine if you get into Kingwood Elementary. All the criteria, all the people that went into West, we use this criteria sheet to determine if you get into West. If you don't get into West and you're 4 years old, we have to offer you a place somewhere in Preston County. So.
Or maybe those top items, we could leave it, but it could say automatic placement in county program.
This is a.
Like, does that provide greater clarity?
Well, I just think when you say automatic placement, I just think you're just accepted. If you're a 4-year-old with it, I mean,
If you did your application for Kingwood Elementary and you were a 4-year-old and you were homeless, foster kinship, we would take all those applications and we'd say, okay, these are all of the kids that meet that criteria, and we just go down the list.
I understand that part because that's the first criteria in the placement of the agreement is the McKinney-Vento Act. So the first group you said, I understand that and I agree with that because that's what the MOU says. So the first one I agree with. 4-year-old homeless, foster, kinship, they get automatic acceptance and automatic placement to where they want, right?
You're saying that's required.
I'm saying that's what the MOU says. So if we agree to the MOU, that's what we've already agreed to with the MOU if we accept it.
Right, but if I understood, and sorry, just to make sure that I'm tracking here, if I understood correctly from a previous conversation, you said a 4-year-old we always have to give busing to. Do I remember that correctly?
4-year-olds, you don't.
4-year-olds don't.
Well, a 4-year, unless they were special ed.
Okay, a 3-year-old we always have to offer. Was there one of them?
3-year-olds only come if they're special ed. So in the MOU, if you looked at it, it'll have the McKinney-Vento. It doesn't talk about foster kinship. The MOU doesn't. Again, the criteria sheet is developed by the committee, and this is what we use to place the kids in once the parents have filled out the applications and write the school statement that they want, because parents will have the right to choose what school they want their child to go to as a preschooler.
This is already, we're kind of locked in for this year. What, if I'm right, next year is where the terminology can change.
This determines the next year.
Because that has to do August and September at that meeting, correct?
No, because the board asked us to reconsider this, and because we have to have an MOU in place for the beginning of the school year, we met as a core team and redeveloped this criteria sheet. This is different than the one you had.
Correct.
Okay.
But you're saying that, again, this ties in though to what he's saying. A 3-year-old with an IEP we're required to provide busing for. If a 3-year-old with an IEP lives in Aurora and says, my preferred school is Brewston, if I'm following this, automatic placement, automatic enrollment, we have to provide busing to that Aurora student to Brewston. But that's what Mr. Tatham is saying this says, and I would agree with him that that's what this says when I read it.
Yeah, we wouldn't bus a 3-year-old from.
but that's not what your application says.
I mean, I agree with your statement that I'm not for that, but the top title says criteria for enrollment. Then down at the bottom, it says automatic placement, which if we understand correctly, is meaning automatic placement in your school that you're applying for. Is that incorrect for what you said?
Well, it is the school you're applying for, but like a 3-year, again, we would call that parent and say, we can't bus you from. But sometimes there's a parent that lives in Aurora and they work in Bristol.
That's great.
They want that kid to go to Bristol.
And I don't care. I'm saying, I shouldn't say I don't care. I'm saying we will give them a spot in Aurora, but we should not be indicating that we're promising them a spot to Brewston. But if I'm that parent and I have this, I'm going to get a lawyer who's going to say it's what this says and that's what you have to follow. And that's how we're reading it. I'm not saying that's what it says. That's how we're reading it.
I mean, I can go back to the committee and ask them, again, I can't sit here and say, change any of this, because this is not I don't have the power to do that.
Correct.
So,
You're one of 5 voting members.
yeah, and this is typical of what counties, this is not any different than what other counties have and the wording they have on them, it's not.
We're being more involved than other counties.
Yeah, it's automatic placements, the language they use on it.
Okay.
It's not, but we are to have an MOU in place for the first day of school. So if you choose not to, then you choose not.
Yeah. What did we find out about a board member being on that committee?
The committee is very specific. It has to be like people that work in preschool. Like you have to be we have to pull the policy and look, but you have to be one of the people that are on the preschool. You're either a Head Start employee, because you work, you're a board member. We will take input from you. You can always give input to that committee. You're welcome to come to a meeting.
I understand that, but I felt like we gave very strong input, and I felt like 10 points is not taking that seriously. To be honest, I'm just saying, to be honest, allocating 10 points to something that we have spent so many meetings and so much time with parents to was not taking our input of this is a priority to your Board of Education, not to you, I'm sorry, this is not directed to you, but I'm saying to that committee. I don't believe they understood how, from my perspective, I can't speak for the other 4, but I think like 10 points was saying, here, we put it on there. Like, not that they were understanding the brevity of our position of saying this is an important criteria.
Right, and I think maybe,
And I appreciate that. If you will please send me an email with the meeting schedules, I appreciate that. But I would.
What?
because I think there's the other side of it. You have to understand the importance of the other criteria.
And I understand giving all of these things, all of these criteria priority in getting enrolled. I do not agree that they get their choice on the placement over somebody who it's their home area. That's my personal belief. I don't see why we would do that.
And one of the things I'm going to suggest too, before you do that, make sure, if you're going to want to do that, make sure we talk to Mr. Brown. I'm not sure some of the things that we think we can do. Like sitting on that committee. I'm not sure that's our role as a board.
Well, I'd asked that. I thought that we were, that's what I'm asking is where are we at on that? Because that's what I'd asked was, can somebody, because Mr. Tatham had provided, it's part of the law at one of the meetings, that just said that the board is responsible for overseeing this. And I think that would be a proper step in the right direction of really
personally, I don't feel like we should be on that committee. I feel like our job to oversee it is to make sure these documents are in line and our ducks are in a row so that people could understand them. And if you're on that committee, I think you're going to have groupthink and you're going to understand it because you've been a part of that discussion and you may see it as that as opposed to a person that's never seen it for the first time. So my personal opinion is that we do our job as we're supposed to. If we take this document fresh and we look at it with unbiased eyes because we don't know what the words mean other than the printed text, is my opinion. So when I read this as a person, the first time I read it and I go through the schematic, it confuses the heck out of me. And that's not a personal thing, it's a statement. I mean, and I think you could see that we had confusion up here with asking questions and we had parents. It comes down to there's a difference between eligibility and acceptance into the program. As Kim Croyle said, as our lawyer, we accept people, but that does not guarantee automatic placement at a specific site. But this document, it says automatic placement. And I don't know what that means. And on another note, I understand we need an MOU in place. It rubs me a little bit the wrong way that we're considering this the very last meeting before school starts. Meaning, we're being told we have to have an MOU in place before school starts. School starts next week, and we're now discussing it. And then once this is decided, it will govern the whole next year, which means we're going to have a whole nother round of parents coming with questions and confusions.
The next year's will be different, correct?
It won't be. This determines the whole next year's eligibility process.
I mean, we've changed that criteria sheet before, even after the MOU has been approved. I mean, we have made some changes on it before. We would just send it to the Head Start board and.
They would need to approve it as well.
You know, I mean, I don't see a problem with that. If the criteria sheet is what you have issues with, and if it's wording, just don't,
Yeah.
you know.
I personally agree with the MOU of how it's written and what it says. I mean, the MOU says that we consider the McKinney-Vento Homelessness Act, and then it says we consider what district they live in, and then we consider what preference the parent has made. Those are the three things that, according to the MOU, that we consider for placement. And then after that, subsequently, we use income eligibility to establish, in accordance with federal income guidelines, to ensure that the appropriate numbers of low-income families are provided the same opportunities. I agree with the MOU. I do not agree with the schematic, because the schematic is giving people with income standards more preference than where someone lives. So if Cross makes more money than me, I make less money than him, I could bump his kid because I moved my kid to Terrata. He makes more money than me, therefore it's assumed he has more resources. He now has to drive his kid to a different placement, and we don't provide buses. So to clarify, I agree with the MOU. I do not agree with the schematic, because I think they contradict each other.
Okay. Anything else? Is that something, Ms. Miller, you could take to them?
I mean, you guys will have to vote if you're gonna vote on the MOU or not, and, I mean, would I take this to the committee and talk to them about it again? I can I guarantee you that it'll be changed?
I understand that.
So,
Is it within policy that you can change the schematic throughout the year?
we have, I know we have
But
done
it-
that.
but-
No, I don't know, I mean, if you're actually reading them, I know we have done that before.
Who are the 5 voting members of that board?
So, you mean the core team?
Yeah.
It is, Jen Kelly from Little Bear, Lynette Shroud from Head Start, Kara Radford, Special Ed, and me.
So that's 4. There's 4 on the committee, not 5.
Yeah, 4. So, and again, this is very typical of any other county. I mean, it is. I mean, you typically are required required to look at income, consider income, and we have that on here. And so, I mean, but if you, like I said, if you want us to go back and look at it again, I definitely, I can do that, but I can't guarantee it'll be changed.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is we control 2 of the 4 votes. Now, I don't know what happens in a stalemate of 4 votes, but Preston County Schools controls 2 of the 4 votes. I don't know if you would like an official motion, but I'm not trying to speak for anybody, but I felt like we had been clear in our meetings. Area was the priority. It's not a priority on this. It's given 10 points. It should be 70 points if we were articulating correctly, and if Preston County staff understood that we were saying this is a priority. Now, maybe you come back and you say we're going to make it 50, whatever. But I'm just saying, like we said, it's a priority. It's been added, but not. And anybody here can speak up and say I'm speaking for you incorrectly. But I felt like in our conversation,
I agree with what you're saying.
like that's what we were saying. And so, I mean, no, we didn't make a motion to give an exact directive, but I feel like we communicated that.
But we can't, again, you only got 2 of the 4. We can't direct something we don't control.
No, this agreement is between Preston County School System.
So-
Mrs. Miller is
so-
our representative of our will.
Absolutely.
So we can,
You can't guarantee the criteria sheet. You can't direct that team, anybody on the team.
You can just suggest it, yeah.
no, we can direct the 2 members that are employees of the Preston County Board. Like, the 2 employees that are part of the Preston County Board represent us. That's what that role is. We're the ones signing the MOU. Those 2 employees are representing our determination on that.
I think in this
she
instance,
represents
Mrs.
us?
Miller articulated that this that needed to be a consideration. Again, the team needs the ultimate core team needs to determine the valuation that's placed with this. I understand what you're saying. You would like to see that higher,
Yeah, I understand what you're
but
You can't direct the team to, you can't
We
direct
can't-
me
we
as
can't.
your employee to vote the way you want me to.
Mr. I would like to move that Mr. Martin consults with legal to confirm that I am correct, that we can direct the employees
Not
to
do.
represent our board in this manner, in this agreement.
We can't direct an employee. The only person we can direct is the superintendent. That's it.
Okay, I apologize.
That's it.
I would agree with that.
But he also, your hands are still tied. It's a committee vote. Even if it's 2-2, we've got to educate these. So are you willing to us absorb, what are we cutting? Because if we don't get this money, we still have to provide it.
What
Correct.
was their aversion to making this a higher priority?
Well, because when you look at, and again, when you look at that criteria, the criteria, you're trying to place all of your students in your pre-Ks that are like, you're homeless, you're foster, your kinship, you're low income first. And then those kids get placed first in your preschool programs.
Can I stop right there? Why does low income have to get placed first? I don't read that anywhere, that low income has to get placed first. I read,
Maybe language is wrong, has to, maybe should be.
but who says should be placed first?
So that's the team's commit, the core team decides what students we're going to place first.
Okay.
So the core team has decided that those are the students that are the most needy, that need preschool, we need them placed in a preschool program first.
Okay, then if that's the case, why isn't that said in the MOU? Why doesn't the MOU represent that?
Because again, the MOU doesn't have to have everything in it. That's on
But the MOU is a memorandum, a document of agreement between this board and that board. I'm asking, but you're saying that students should be placed based on income status, and that could be a valid argument. I'm not disagreeing with that. That could be 100% valid. But that's not something that we are agreeing to with this document, because the document does not state that. The document says that after you're done doing your placements, you look at income to make sure that you don't have all the wealthy kids in one placement in Brewston and all the lower income placements somewhere in a different place. That's what our agreement says.
I mean, again, I would ask Mr. Martin to get clarification from the attorney. I mean, again, I know I've done this in many different other counties. This is the way the criteria sheets are done. I mean, if you guys don't agree with it, then you know, again, we'll gladly, the core team, take your input, if it's words or whatever, but, that's, and I know that all the language in that MOU is not always listed on the criteria sheet, because the criteria sheet is developed by the core team. So, but if you, I mean, I don't know how to answer that any other way than to get a clarification on it before it goes.
I mean, I don't think that Mr. Tatham, maybe he is saying you've done it wrong, maybe not, but he's simply saying that the MOU does not guide that. But just because it's been done doesn't mean that the MOU protected it in that way.
And if you want, we can have that language, all that language put in the MOU.
Mrs. Miller, that was one thing I was to suggest is, I mean, from what I'm hearing from Mr. Tatham, is that the MOU's language doesn't necessarily align directly with
But
the,
the MOU doesn't even, the MOU can't tell the criteria, that core team, what to put all on this criteria sheet.
because that core team needs to deliberate as to what those factors are.
Right, yeah, that core, so that MOU's not gonna have it all.
But-
It's gonna have the parts that have to be in there.
But he's saying you're in direct conflict with the MOU because you're giving all the priority only to the low income, whereas it says treated equally is what the MOU says.
Yeah, no, I'm agree, 100% I'm saying that. I'm saying, how can we adopt a memorandum of understanding of saying, this is what we agree upon, this is our understanding, but then we flip over here and do the checklist that is totally blind to that document, because it is totally blind to it, because the MOU says that we don't consider income until after we've made our initial placements. And our initial placements is done by McKinney-Vento, then it's done by the school district that you live in, then it's done by parent preference. Those three things, then the MOU says subsequent to those three things, then we look at income. But according to your schematic, you're looking at income second on the list.
But I think placement in the county, we've clarified that. That does not mean a particular area of the county. It's
That's fine. So that's
within
why
Preston
I
County.
said we're fine with that, because they're all in Preston. I said number 2, after McKinney-Vento, I said placement in the county is checked, because everyone gets that. Then the third thing, according to the MOU, is parent preference. Then the next period, subsequent income, is the way the MOU says. Subsequent means after. So after parents get a say in where they want to go, then we look at income to make sure that everything is equally balanced and equal opportunity. So maybe the MOU needs to be changed. I mean, that would be a logical thing to do, is that we make the MOU line up to what we really are doing.
Well, I'd hope the MOU is based on the state guidance on how it has to be done. Not just somebody sat down and
I think
wrote it.
if you read Kim Krill's thing, she basically says if you're within the letter of the law, you can do whatever you want as long as you tell people what you're doing and actually do it. And I'm just saying our MOU and our schematic don't line up.
So I need to rescind my previous motion because I agree. We cannot give Ms. Miller a directive.
Oh.
But that needs to be rescinded officially because it was not a valid, I would agree with you. That would be a futile. You can second or ignore the motion, just to clarify for everybody. But I move that we table this MOU until the next meeting, that Mr. Martin determines whether or not a member of this board can be in that collaborative group. We can decide later if we want to be. I just want to know legally if we can be. And that's all I'm going to make as part of that for right now. Oh, and that the criteria sheet be resolved to align verbiage-wise and be very clear. I'm sorry. That the criteria sheet be aligned verbiage-wise. And again, no offense. I read it and there's very much confusion to me as to enrollment. I mean, it says enrollment at the top, it says placement down at the bottom. I mean, I think that should be, yeah.
So I second the motion to table.
But that all comes together, just for the record. Like, those three stipulations are all part of one motion. If you would like to amend that and separate any of those, just to clarify. You can't just second the tabling because of the way that I worded it with those three.
Can we proceed with opening day for pre-K without an MOU?
What was that again?
Can we proceed for pre-K to start the first day of school without an MOU? Because will this not prevent, what's staggered start for pre-K?
It'll be their first day, the 28th.
Well, I guess the only thing that you've put into your, technically we're out of parliamentary order because we should only be discussing the motion on the table. But with that said, Mr. Martin, at this point in time, the only thing that you are asking us to agree to is the MOU, meaning that once we've done that, this criteria sheet has to follow that MOU, right?
The MOU
right.
is an attachment, or the criterion sheet is an attachment to the MOU.
So to clarify then, as Mr. Kisner said, if we approve this MOU tonight, then that means the criteria sheet has to fall in line with the MOU. It can't be totally different.
Well, but is that what you're saying? Are you saying, Mr. Martin, we are also approving the criteria sheet? Because you're,
You would be approving all of it unless you made a motion to vote on all matters with the exception of the criterion sheet, which is.
okay. We need to vote on my motion. As part of my discussion, I would say I would like to see us probably cancel my motion for the time being.
Well, Doug, you've got a motion on the floor, so we need
Right.
to
And
vote.
second.
But I'm saying if we
It's
fail
moved.
that, we can go back to, we have a second. So if we fail that, we can go back to this original motion and we can detach everything from the
So-
MOU except for just approving the
So
MOU.
at this time, we'll vote on your amendment.
Right. No, on my motion.
On your motion.
Table. We're
To table.
voting whether or not we want to table, so
Right.
if we fail it, then we keep talking about it right now.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Voice vote.
Hold on.
Yeah, explain
So
that.
currently, there's a motion and a
Explain what
second,
we're
there's a
voting on.
motion and a second on the table,
Yeah, the
on
other
the
one-
floor, to table this motion, to find out whether or not a board member can be in that collaborative group, and to fix the criteria sheet. If you pass that, it tables it. As part of the discussion, I'm saying I don't think that we want to table it. I think that maybe the better thing to do is to fail my motion, and then to amend the previous motion and only accept the MOU. So that's my discussion. That's not what you need to know, Mr. Martin, just that's the.
Motion by Mr. Kisner to table the original recommendation.
Seconded by Mr. Tate. Oh, you gotta get all that in there.
Yeah, it's table the original motion.
Hey, this is the sausage making. This is what y'all
Find
signed
out
up
if
for.
one of us can be on the collaborative
I'm
team,
tired. My mind's going zzz.
and to
It's
fix
the
the
fun
criteria
part.
sheet, where the three
This is
parts
the
of that
fun
one
part.
motion.
Okay, motion by Mr. Kisner to table the original recommendation and to determine if a board member may serve on the core pre-K team. What were the other provisions there?
And to fix the criteria sheet,
To make them align.
right?
You say fix.
Yeah,
And to work,
clarify the criteria sheet is a better, yeah.
motion by
Yes.
Mr. Kisner originally
You don't have to vote yes.
to table the original recommendation to determine if a board member may serve on the core pre-K team and to clarify the criteria sheets alignment with the MOU.
Yes, that was the that was the amendment. I mean, the motion, I'm sorry.
Cross out the vote for it, since he made the motion.
Doesn't have to vote.
No.
I don't think anymore.
Huh?
I don't think it's in.
Okay. Ms. Feather said, scratch what I said, Mr.
I don't
Kisner.
think so.
I'm not sure.
We used to
Okay.
think, we used to think that, but it's not a thing.
Okay, voice vote?
No.
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 Okay, where we at
Now,
now?
Wait a minute.
We can talk more.
Ms. Miller, number one, we do appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
And I know it's past your bedtime because it's past mine. That was to make you smile, that's all. We just want to do it right. That's what, and you do too. I know that.
I think we are doing it right. I mean,
And I appreciate tremendously, but if we get the clarification and prove that then it does. Okay, now, you ready, Mr. Martin?
Yes.
okay, I've moved to amend the recommendation from Mr. Martin to only accept the MOU.
And to table the,
Well,
or just, that's all we need, just that.
for right now, all we would be accepting is the MOU to make sure that we can work with them, NCW, the ECA. So
I would
the
like-
only thing that we're approving is, I'm sorry.
Well, I'd like to amend that motion, and I think, well, I just want to be very clear that the, whatever you call that, my brain just went blank, but the tally sheet, the check sheet, criteria sheet, be clarified to align with the MOU.
Well, be resubmitted to. match.
Resubmitted to align with it. I mean, if a lawyer says that it aligns, then maybe I'm totally wrong, but.
Say one thing, because I still think we're wrong in our thought process, because you just approved the Little Bear contract. Little Bear has to follow this too. So it's not just the Head Start MOU. So I do think it's not understanding it, and I don't know how to get that language across to you. it's the same.
But Little Bears did not include that criteria as part of its
Yes, it
approval.
does. Yes, it does. Like, when we're doing Little Bears, if Little Bear had enough kids apply, we would apply the criteria sheet too. This is not just for, it's for all the pre-K programs.
Is it an enrollment criteria sheet or is it a placement criteria sheet?
And I think that's where enrollment, everyone gets enrolled if you're 4 years old.
Or you're
in
3 with an
Preston
IEP.
County. So I think we're not understanding. all
That's where
this.
I think the biggest
And that's
thing
something I
is
really
the
think you don't.
verbiage.
And I think some of it is verbiage, and I understand that, because even we sit down and go back and forth with verbiage. But yeah, Little Bear, if we had everybody full, Little Bear would use the same criteria sheet. They're not any different.
No, we do understand that, but Mr. Martin contended that since that criteria sheet is attached to the motion for the MOU between us and NCWVA, that would be approving that criteria sheet. I understand that the criteria sheet gets applied, just to be clear.
Mrs. Miller, am I incorrect in that assumption? It's a part of the MOU.
It's part, just because it's part of their MOU, but it wasn't attached to Little Bear's MOU, and it's used for Little Bear. You see
Right.
what? It's still part of it. But we
So,
don't have
so
this
it's in,
attached to this
it's
as an
enrollment.
attachment, because it's all part of the pre-K. Pre-K is not just Preston County Schools. It's all of these groups that work together. It's called Preston County Pre-K. So, and that's where I think, like, if you need to go back and look at the language of the MOU is not going to have a criteria sheet exactly as it is.
Because the
the
core
criteria
team has
sheet
to make that
Has
determination.
to use information from what Little Bear needs, information from what Head Start needs, information from what we as a school district need. It's a combination of all of that. It's not going to be lined out, is it part of the criteria, and do they put it in the packet? Head Start did, Little Bear didn't, but it's still part of all of this. We all agree on this. And if I was doing placement at Little Bear and everybody was full, we would apply this to Little Bear too. So it's a piece of not understanding that. So, I mean, we can go back and get answers to your questions and help clarify that. We don't mind doing that at all. But that's how the pieces all fit together. And it isn't just my decision. It's these other people's decisions in helping with this, and meeting and talking through all the issues we have at pre-K. So, and typically, we don't have the issues. I mean, we do have issues at South. That's usually the only school there are issues with, and have been in the last couple of years. Usually, we haven't had any issues with placement. I mean, because we've had plenty, the last few years, we've had plenty of placements. And usually kids come and go and move, and a lot of times people end up getting the placement I've seen us have 5 kids on the waiting list, and all 5 kids would get into that school. But I can't guarantee that, because we never know, we don't know.
I would concur with you on this, Mrs. Miller. We've spent an exorbitant amount of time on this issue, basically over concerns expressed by about 4 families,
Yeah. Yeah, it's not been an issue.
which we've been able to accommodate with transportation needs.
Right. It's usually not an issue. But.
Then it shouldn't.
And that's why it wasn't on the criteria sheet. It's not ever been as an issue that
Generally,
we ever needed to consider.
I would say this, generally, and I don't want to be stereotypical here, but more often than not, I think from a percentage standpoint, we have probably found that a low-income child is probably seeking placement in their home community 99 out of 100 times. Would that be accurate, Mrs. Arthur? So this, in that instance, that's not going to be applicable frequently, where that low-income child is bumping out someone who lives in that community, because generally they live in the community in which they're requesting placement, generally.
But if you would like to take the position that it is so menial and has so little effect, I again would point back to, I feel like it's been abundantly clear in our meetings how this board feels about the priority of it. If it's going to be inconsequential, why wouldn't it just come back with a 100-point value so that what the board had articulated was there?
But it's not always just your board. You have Head Start.
I understand that. I understand there are 4 votes and we control 2 of them.
But it's not Preston County Schools
I understand that. All I'm saying is that our system representatives should be vying for our system's interest. Not that they control it, not that they're the only votes. I'm not arguing any of that. But our system's representatives are to represent our system's perspective and point of view in this. Please send me an invite. I'll be at the next meeting. But I want to know from the other 2, what was their aversion? What did they push back with when this was brought up as being a higher priority? Like that, I want to know, like, what was it that they were, what did Little Bear have in that fight? Like, why did Little Bear have any contention whatsoever in something that is absolutely not going to affect them at all? If 2 people,
So you could have.
And I think in a good way, because I think they're going to say, we definitely want our Brewston kids here because this is where we're at. I have a feeling that I would have thought that they would have been very pro for that change. I don't know that, don't know them.
Right. So,
But-
and again, it's a discussion about all of these things. Like, to be honest, this current criteria sheet, if you look at it, the one we had to use this year, we didn't have 3-year-olds as an automatic placement. So the 3-year-olds that we have at South, we're having to bus them to Kingwood because that criteria sheet didn't have 3-year-olds in South. So I'm taking the smallest kids, busing them the farthest because
Can I,
it wasn't on my criteria sheet.
why are we automatically accepting 3-year-olds with an IEP?
You have to.
Where does it say that?
So, federal.
Well, I saw when Kim Crowley's, I think, said that you accept 3-year-olds if it gets you to the numbers that you need.
You
If they have an
We
IEP.
don't do that, but some counties do, but we don't. The 3-year-olds with an IEP, you must.
The only way we can get funding for a 3-year-old is if they have an IEP,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, I mean, unless you have one of the other Head Start programs, or you can take 3-year-olds in, but we never have.
You could take 3-year-olds if it balances your number, if it gets your numbers up. They don't have to have an IEP to get in.
Right, you can take 3-year-olds.
But you can do it as a service, but again, you
But
are
how come
not-
we don't
you're
have-
not getting you are not getting funding for just a 3-year-old with no IEP. You will not get funding for it.
Okay.
And it's really difficult to transport 3-year-olds.
I'm sure.
I just go back to, like, I read the MOU and I don't understand why the schematic can't match up to it.
And I think you just can get a clarification on that.
Well, I think I have all the clarification I have. I can read the words and I know what they mean. I mean, it says on here, you're saying a 4-year-old with an IEP gets automatic placement. So that means, it's foreseeable to say that you're gonna have a parent say, it's automatic placement, I want them placed here. And then you're gonna have a 3-year-old with IEP that says
I
automatic
still think that
placement.
means placement into the pre-K program at large.
Well, I think that, I appreciate you saying that, but you're saying I think that, but these are straight words here that we're putting out there that.
So Mr. Martin, I'm not saying that, if that's how you read it, what do you read in this that explains how you determines which placement into which school?
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to the way you're reading it, but I'm saying, how then are we articulating how it determines which school they get placed in? That's what I would say is how then, what's articulating that? What's explaining to the parent which school it's going to go in?
The MOU should just indicate that you have a core team who makes the determination of the qualification process.
The preschool application has 3 spots on it for the parents list where they want.
Right.
They list first, second, third.
Right.
And so when we apply this criteria sheet, we take the applications for that school and apply this criteria sheet.
What is the criteria sheet determining? Is it determining enrollment or placement by school?
Determines into the school that you're going into.
So what determines, so answer his question then, what determines it, then the school?
The school that you want to go to, we apply the criteria sheet. So if you want to go to Kingwood, we would take your application.
Look at all the kids who have indicated they want to go to Kingwood, correct?
Yeah, all the kids that want to go to Kingwood, and then we would apply the criteria sheet, and we would go down that application. Do you
you're homeless, then we would do automatic placement. Let's say that you ended up.
So again, though, that if
So
you're,
let's say that let me finish, and then we can, let's say that I ended up with, 20 kids that were homeless at Kingwood Elementary, automatic placement, then I would rank them by their birthday. And I would take the oldest, that's how you do it. So you take the application, go through the criteria sheet, go through the application, based on the school the parents wanted the child to attend.
okay.
So I'm confused. You said you had 20 students and they're all homeless, so they all get placed because you have 20 openings and you have 20 students, they all get placed, right? But let's imagine, just to make, so your analogy, your example will work. Let's say you have 21 students, okay? Because you said something about birth dates. But if they're 4 years old and they're homeless, they get placed regardless.
We're looking at Kingwood,
Okay,
because that's what my criteria sheet is for.
Okay.
To help determine who gets into Kingwood.
into Kingwood.
Into Kingwood, if they were all the same, then I would take we rank them by their birthday, and the oldest kids get into Kingwood first.
For the homelessness. Okay, once we get past
Let's
that.
say they're all, they were all homeless, that's how I would do that.
Okay.
So what we do is we take all the applications that somebody has filled out for whatever school that they want, and we apply the criteria sheet. So, and again, we usually don't have, we've had this year the 3 or 4 parents from South, but usually people want in the school that they live, in their attendance area. And we really, it's preschool, you want it to be a good year for the parents. You want to try to.
We're not disagreeing with any of that.
So,
We're not disagreeing with that.
To be a good placement for them. We don't want this to be, to cause parents any kind of grief, because we want that entrance into school to be pleasant. I'd like to be able to put them all in the schools they want and just add programs, but you can't afford that. You can't afford for us to add, a teacher at South and a teacher at Trout, and, because that's what we'd be doing. So that's, and then when it comes down to, I think that's part of why this is set up like it is. And that you have to have a criteria sheet, you place the kids there, then 4-year-olds that don't get placed must be offered a spot. So.
And again, I agree with everything you're saying. Then why doesn't the MOU say that? Why doesn't the MOU match your criteria sheet?
Because the MOU is just part of it. The MOU is not going to have all the criteria sheet. The MOU is what Head Start has to have. That is what Head Start has to have. That is not what Preston County Schools has to have. That is not,
So if Preston County Schools doesn't have to have the MOU, why do we have to approve it?
You have to approve the MOU because you're working with Head Start.
Yeah, so I'm saying, but I understand that we're not going to get to that point.
The MOU is not going to say, have the whole criteria sheet.
It could, it just doesn't.
It's not going to, I don't think. Because that is Head Start. And it's saying it has to have homeless in there. Okay? Preston County Schools doesn't really have to have, we wouldn't have to have I don't know, homeless. I have to have offer IEPs. That would be one I know I have to have in it, So it's each department. So I don't think your MOU is going to have everything on this criteria sheet in it. Because you're working with all these different groups.
It's going to simply reference that you have a criterion sheet and that you'll utilize.
It doesn't.
Yes, it says you'll
You can
have-
search that whole MOU for the word criteria sheet, or for criteria, and it does not reference it.
We can get clarification on that. Let us get that clarified for you.
What do you want clarified?
Well, you want the MOU to state everything's on the criteria sheet.
No. We are simply saying that the criteria sheet cannot contradict the MOU. That's all that we've been stipulating.
And you guys think it does.
And that part, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just,
Let's see, that's the part, I don't think it does contradict, but you guys think it does, so.
Okay.
Currently, the motion on the table is that we adopt the MOU only on the motion. That has been made and I believe, did you second it, Mr. Tatham?
Yeah.
Or did I? I'll second it now.
Okay.
I think you did,
I believe
actually.
that was the motion in the second as it stands.
Okay, this is a voice vote?
Okay.
Yes.
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 No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay.
I would like to
Now-
move that Mr. Martin determines whether or not a member of this board can be on the,
He's got that there to do that.
okay, if that's fine by him, if he wanted official motion. It is up to you if you would like to seek legal counsel or not on whether or not, if you have any question in your mind as to whether or not this board can direct you in how to direct the two representatives of Preston County, it would be good if you had any question as to whether or not we have that ability to know that at the next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda, ongoing literacy discussion. It's just discussion information. Any questions from Mr. Morton? Okay, hearing none. Financial analysis is information. And it compares financial year 19 through 23. Any questions to him on that?
I have a couple, sorry. I hope they're not, I'm just trying to understand it when I'm looking at it. On page 2, it has number of professionals employed from local funds. So for instance, the top one will have 5 and 19, 17 and 20, 19 and 21. And then directly below it, it says total number of professionals funded by county board. What are those two things trying to explain to me that I'm missing? I just like trying to read it and understand what those represent.
Local funds would likely be levy-based funds.
And that's what I would have guessed, but then I also would have thought that was county board funds, because that's the only thing we get. But so I just am trying to understand what I'm reading.
I would say your county board fund.
I mean, there's the potential that one of them represents your normal taxes and the other one represents just your levy. Is the one possibility that I've run through my head, but I just was trying to understand it. And then on page 3, and I'm sorry, I'm just giving you time, Mr. Martin, I know.
Page 3.
Okay. Page 3, we have county average number of students per school. And then under it, we have state average number of students per school. What is that? And why are they different?
Probably like Katrina's salary, she is paid out of county funds, but it's not like out of levy, it's just straight. Like Katrina, Steve.
No, you're just looking on page 3 there.
Well, I think she's going back to my first question. Am I
I was
following?
gonna say that's just a matter of, that's the average number of students that lie within our district schools. If you look at it collectively,
Compared to
on the
state.
average. versus the overall state average if you were looking at all of the districts.
Okay,
all
so it's
the
comparing
schools.
our county to the average of all the schools in the county size. Okay, that's what I.
No, I mean, if you look at all the schools in the state of West Virginia.
Yeah,
you're looking
yeah.
at-
They took the average size of the schools in or in Preston, the average number of Mon, the average number of Marion. And okay, that helps, because yeah.
But,
Trying to
Mr. Byrne, I
compare.
apologize.
Okay, and well,
Angie, what were you saying with local funds versus, were you starting to speak to that point?
Yeah, I think, like, Katrina's paid out of county funds, because there's certain.
Positions.
Katrina's, there's Steve's position, and there's somebody else. We have 3 positions that are, like, 3 or 4 that are paid straight out of county funds that
Right.
cannot be covered.
You can't use state aid formula, for example.
Yes, and I'm wondering if that's not the difference between those numbers there. That might be what that is there, Brad.
I'll speak with Mrs. Kerstetter to get official clarification, but that's probably, I mean, I think you're on the right track with that. I'm not certain, honestly.
thank you.
Looks about right. The numbers.
Anything else? I thought that was confusing.
Really, of everything I've done tonight, that was the confusion.
No, I did. I had a hard time reading it. Next on the agenda, entertain a motion for the board to approve the financial year '24 purchase orders related to utilities.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Tatham. Any questions or comments?
Do you know how many cell phones we have in the county?
About 15.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Next on the agenda, entertain a motion to approve the schedule of checks to be written.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Zegray. Questions or comments?
We have 3 checks to an organization called International Center for, and that's where it gets cut off in all of them, but like it's 18,000, 10,000, and 14,000. Or the round approximation. Do you know what that?
ICLA, it's associated with our administrative coaching and professional development that's offered by that service.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
International Center for Educational Leadership, that was there.
Yeah, the ICLE.
Full
Yeah,
stop.
yeah. No, once you said ICLE. I'm sorry, I just was not able with it cut off and my brain did not correlate.
Anything else? Hearing nothing, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Next on the agenda is PHS athletic fiscal process discussion information. Any questions or comments on this one?
So how do we allow them to go over by so much?
I think there were monthly updates. I think there's a lag sometimes when taking trips. I mean, they should have known they were getting close. They just ran over they definitely ran over last year significantly. What has occurred at this point is that would have impacted their funding levels for the current academic year to about $24,265. That is deducting the $11,000 overage that they were looking at last year. They are in the process, as per the board's advisement, in terms of trying to budget that out. So, for example, in this instance, the athletic program is going to be receiving approximately $12,000 to split between the 3 programmatic seasons: fall, spring, and winter sports. The academic side, in regards to curricular trips and other requests, would receive the other $12,000 allocation for the high school.
I mean, this is going to be bad.
Yeah, I mean, First of all, I have a question. What is this about? Like, what's generating this? I mean, I don't understand any of the background history on this, first of all.
I asked for this to be put on there because of busing issues we have with our extracurricular sports.
Okay.
So there was a lack of funds available this year for busing, and I asked for it to be put on. And like the same issue we were dealing over at the tech school, we need printouts so coaches know how much money they have and how much they have to spend.
Yeah.
You know, and it needs to be communicated. Now, from what I found out today, we sent some of that money back that the governor gave us. We sent it back because we didn't spend it in a timely manner. Now, I don't know if I'm correct on that, but so once again, if, you know, I'm sure like any other teacher or coach, if I knew I had money to spend, I would put a purchase order in tomorrow, you know, or put it out there where, okay, I need helmets reconditioned, or I need 3 buses for this year's trips. So but we sent money back. So somewhere, lack of communication, somewhere along the line, we shouldn't be sending any money back.
Yeah, and that would have occurred during
Yeah.
that would have been the 20,
Right.
21 school year. In which
Right.
that
Now, I
came
think
out.
Bruce and I asked about, and it was somewhere around $60,000. We asked the last superintendent, okay, where is this money? What time frame do we have to spend it? And never got back to us. I mean, got back to us with, we're going to divide it up among the schools, and that was as far as it went. No.
I can tell you at the high school, the attached document was the items that were purchased.
Yeah.
All of the funds were not exhausted in my consultation with Mr. Chandler.
Right. So, I mean, I just think better communication this year. Once again, letting the people that have these different groups or activities or coaches, let them know what money's available and how much they have to spend so they can stay within their means, and we don't have to worry about busing at the end of the year. Is there enough money left? And that's what.
Okay.
Well, I mean, but I would say
generate.
this, if you're talking straight levy, there won't be enough money for this, irregardless if they'd had the other $11,000.
Yeah.
They funded about 95 trips last year. It's, they have to make a determination, what trips are you seeking to fund?
Right.
I think, I mean, quite frankly, I think what occurred is trips were put in early in the year and they were approved without the forethought thinking, we're gonna have to hold enough back to get us through the entirety of the year.
Right.
I mean, quite frankly, I think that's what occurred here.
Yeah, but if you had money that you gave back, you could have used that money to pay for those buses. I mean, indirectly, not directly using that money, but you could have paid for something else
I think
and
there,
then
I
used
think.
that money,
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there.
you know? So, I mean, it just,
No, the other thing
in
with that.
future.
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Go ahead, sorry.
The other thing with that, can the principals they need a printout, and I'm not saying they're not. This is a statement, so if I'm wrong, correct me. Can the principals get a printout of what they are spending on those trips? I mean, just because you
They're getting a total amount.
and do that monthly.
They
Is
get
it
a
done
monthly.
monthly?
They get an update of their budget status in regards to each of the levy item funds every month.
Now, the other part, Mr. Tatham, with that, this goes back to an earlier meeting that we had with them getting their budgets and getting them in on time. And that's also why then there's the coaches meeting scheduled for 8:20, when we talked about the ADs having that into us. So the coaches now at least have a budget, which is what Mr.
Well,
Zeri talked
they
about.
know
is
the
that
fall
how-
sports have 4,000. Now they need to determine amongst the fall sports, how are they breaking that out?
Yeah, that's,
If you're talking
That's what I'm
sports, for
saying.
example.
And that's what Mr. Tatham had asked. I mean, so that's where it's coming. The
Well, I was
4,000.
asking what generated this. I mean, I have comments on all of them, but I was just wondering where this came from, first of all.
Well,
And then I'll get into my questions.
Football coach was concerned about his first bus, and I'm thinking, you're already concerned about the first bus, you don't got enough money for the first bus.
Yeah.
But they want to take a charter bus, which is okay, because they're going to fund that charter bus, from what I understand, with their own monies that they make. You know, each sport has a fundraiser or whatever.
Well, that's what has to be looked at.
Yeah.
You got soccer teams, you have cross country, you have volleyball, you have football. okay, across those sports, how many trips are each of those teams going to be allocated? Because it can't be all of them. Not
Yeah.
with levy money, because there's not enough.
No.
But
And-
that's understood. I mean, that's just common
Right.
sense. I mean,
And-
you have
Well,
to
it's
make
not
choices.
by the common How many times has a constituent said to you, I passed the levy, how come they don't have buses to everything? I mean,
They want it to everything. I
Yeah.
would say that, and I'm saying, I think some within the general public, the expectation
Yeah.
is, if a levy was passed,
Why isn't it
there's,
covered?
there should be absolutely busing to each and every event, anywhere, anytime.
Well,
Can't do
so,
it.
yeah, so my comment on that would be, first of all, it involves obviously communication, and I was involved in the levy, so I can take any blame for that, whatnot. But when we do however many, $5 million a year, and half of it right off the bat goes towards maintenance, and then the other half, and then we end up with just $24,000 a year that's going towards trips, then it's a very hard to
Preston, huh?
in Preston County. But you understand what I'm getting at. We have a big levy, but only a small portion of it's going towards student trips and that kind of stuff, then it's easy for people to forget those
Yes.
parts. And so I think for future levies, we need to be conscious of that. If we're going to advertise that this levy will help fund sports and trips, we need to say up to this point or whatever.
Yeah,
So second is, I think this reiterates what we already know, that we need to have a budget so that everyone can be planning in advance, so that we're not having to hold back money and not end up spending it, et cetera. But with this information, I will tell you right now that my antenna and red flags are up. Because to me, the accounting side of me, this indicates a lack of internal control. Meaning for number 3, that if we overspent our budget by a third and it wasn't caught while it was happening, that tells me that there's a failure in internal controls. If you take that to the audits that we received, and I reprinted the one from April 11th, where our auditor is telling us, the Preston County Board of Education has not implemented proper control procedures to sufficiently segregate duties. That's speaking to these issues right here, specifically to number 2, is how is athletic revenue from each sport at PHS deposited, et cetera. Is we know we have an issue of not segregating duties from our audit. And then we're seeing the ramifications of that with these answers. And that bothers me. And it tells me that we need to tighten up our internal controls, because this is going to have a real impact and a real harm on students this year. For the students that graduated last year, they in essence got 1 1/3 of their levy budget, and students this year are only going to get 2/3 of their levy budget because we overspent last year. And we need to do better. That's why we're here.
And Preston High's not the worst one. Brewston did 150%.
Yeah.
Brewston spent, they have 15.6, and they spent 79 of it last year out of this year's budget.
Yeah,
They're the worst offenders.
And so
I mean, not that they did, I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, I understand,
it's the
but-
place we're in the biggest issue.
It plays into that perception that we fight in Preston County, and that's, some people say we shouldn't fund a levy because we're not effectively managing the money that we have. But this type of activity, even though it's minor and it wasn't misspent, but it was misspent, and I have a problem with it, and we need to fix it. And what really bothers me with it is that the comments from the auditors, this was the second year. The previous year was the exact same findings. Like, these problems can be addressed with proper internal controls.
The only thing that I can say, from the meeting with the auditor, that internal controls thing was, I don't believe it would reference anything that would have affected this. I could be wrong on that, but from that meeting and from our discussion, I'm not saying that those internal controls don't need fixed, they do, but I don't think there's a direct correlation between those and this.
They're directly to number 2.
Well, number 2 is actually because coaches, Mr. Ziegler,
Yeah.
the coaches didn't know how it was set up. That's why number 4 is important, because now the coaches are being told.
Yeah.
That's a communication.
Yeah, but what I'm
It's an
saying, number 2 is we're asking, the question is how is athletic revenue from each sport at Preston High School deposited? Our funds line itemed for each sport are revenue deposited into a singular general fund or some combination of both? First of all, the answer does not say whether they're line item. It just says gate revenue is deposited into a general fund, and other revenues such as team-based fundraisers are deposited into a sport-specific account. But the answer to that question should be so well-known that everyone in the school knows the exact process for how we deposit money and how we account for it.
Agree.
Somebody comes to the gate, they pay, we hand out a ticket. 10 tickets are missing, there's enough money in the till that it matches up to 10 tickets, right? Person signs off that they sold 10 tickets, that's $100. Somebody else is depositing $100, and it's flagged that that was from a football game. Like, the procedures and the process should be crystal clear and everyone following them.
I think.
But our audit's saying that we're not.
I think as far as tickets, it is. The question came about from the coaches because this is a change from what used to be done. It used to be line itemed. Each sport was, all football money was put into football. All boys basketball put in boys basketball. That's not how it's being done now. That was their question.
Well,
if I'm understanding this correctly.
And I think
Part of it,
some of the reasoning behind that is while football is very expensive, they generate a tremendous amount of money as well. Some of your sports are non-revenue generating. They're not generating revenue if they're not buoyed by some of the other sports. I mean, but it doesn't have to be that way. You can tell your non-revenue sports, you're gonna have to fundraise more because you're not generating the amount of monies. I mean, that's a discussion that typically needs to occur at the school level in regards to philosophically as an athletic department.
And also,
How do we operate this?
after you've deposited that money in the football account, you can have a line item said, we gave 4,000 to soccer, or we gave 3,000 to baseball from the football.
But I mean, I agree that there needs to be a procedural process. If I'm a middle school principal and I have, let's say we have a basketball game scheduled, and you have a boys game, a girls game, and you also have cheerleaders present, there needs to be a defined process of the 100% of the gate that's collected, and how are you allocating that out? Are you doing that literally an equitable split? I mean, I don't know. I guess it would depend upon, for example, the number of athletes you have. Is your crowd large? Do you see a discernible difference in your crowd sizes at games to determine what all parties can agree is a fair and equitable manner in terms of how you split that gate? Because you're splitting a gate literally with 3 involved teams in a given night.
Right.
Your relationships with football and band, for example, traditionally the band has garnered the concessions revenue, whereas the football has driven the gate. I've always been told that can never be changed, ironclad. I've never seen that, but I'm saying both of those organizations need funds to operate.
Right.
They need to work together to determine what's the best manner to do that.
Yeah. And the problem with football is you got a 6-game schedule away, so you're going to have less revenue. Whereas last year, you had more home games, so each year, that fluctuation needs to be taken into account.
But I would say this too, quite frankly, our athletic performance has not been probably to the level that any of us would like to see, which means when you're not winning as many games, you're not going to draw as many crowds, you're not going to make as much money. That's reality.
And one of the things that's deceptive, and again, with football, we can go on, you look at helmets as an example, they're $500 a piece. And you have to have, they need to be recertified.
Every 2 years, and you can only recertify them twice,
But,
so you get 6
but
years
one
out.
of the things that Preston has always done, and I assume still doing, we did them every year. And the reason being was, honestly, Coach Connick never wanted to look at a parent and say, we saved $50, we didn't get a check this year. That was not, that dollar value is not the right amount, but you understand my point?
Yes.
And so that's an issue. It's there. But anyhow, that was put on, and I think they're working on it. And it's definitely, from what's going on, we should have budgets to us. So that's the start of what talked about when we talked 2 meetings ago, roughly.
Yeah, Mr. Martin, you say that there's a budget, or I'm sorry, there's a status sent out every month. Can we get those? Can we see what was sent out? Like, I would like to see, because what I've been told is that, and I'm not saying it's accurate, just saying what I've been told is they don't know how much it costs when a school bus is used. They only know when a charter bus is used. But if they're getting a budget every month, we should be able to refute that and say, listen, you know exactly where you're at. You may not have known that these 3 buses cost $250 for this one and $260 for this one, $270. But if that information's out there, I mean, I think that would be.
They know the total amount that's been
The
deducted.
total
every
amount. I
month.
mean, like, because if we can look at this and we can say, well, Preston High, you saw that you had already burned it all up in August. Why did, number one, what response did they get when they tried to spend the money over what they had for the year? Did we say it's okay if you use it, but it's going to affect next year? Like, did they understand that repercussion? I just don't. I don't understand if they were getting that, how this occurs. I'm not saying who is, I'm just saying, like, can we see what was sent out? If it's a bunch of work, maybe we could just see 1 month. If it's something that's easy, I mean, if it was sent out, I assume they're in emails, which means it's just a matter
No,
of.
it's in the principals meeting updates, and yes, it's a monthly.
Because like at the middle schools, I mean, you say that we give an allocation to coaches, and I assume that's at the high school, but at the middle schools, my understanding is that a coach goes and says, here's the trips that I would like busing for, and then the principal says, these are the ones, the principal at the middle schools, my understanding is not that they go to them and say, here, you've got $5,000, figure out where, and they don't get that much, but figure out which ones you're going to use it on. It's each team coach comes and says, I would like buses for X, Y, and Z, and that the principal's then trying to figure it out across all the sports. And I'm not saying that's easy, but that's how I understand that happens in middle school. Now, maybe that's a misunderstanding.
Well, that would be accurate.
I think that sounds different than the high school experience. I mean, you're talking like at the high school that literally the football coach gets told, here's your budget for buses, pick which game.
I don't think that's been that way in years past, but I think this year, based on what occurred last year, that's what had to happen.
That's what you think is going to happen. Okay.
What has to happen.
According to this little report, there's some budget, which is what Mr. Tatham had asked for before, that by September 1 has to be sent to Ms. Kerstetter's office, I believe, is what this is indicating, for these student activity funds. So it sounds like the principals were already making a budget of some nature of like what he had asked
She
for.
requested that at the first principals meeting.
Is that new for this year, or was this something that they've done in all?
They
the
haven't
past
submitted
years?
a budget of that nature in the past, but I said in my discussions with Mrs. Kerstetter in terms of what's been expressed by you all as a
Okay.
board,
Okay.
that was something that needed to happen.
The other thing that this says is that the liquidation has to happen by April. I don't, do we not still have sports?
Encumbered.
Do we not have, okay, so it doesn't have to be liquidated, but it has to be allocate, or it has to be said, this is what it's gonna be? Like, I'm just asking, do we not have sports after that April 30th that would have expenses? Like, how is it possible to put that deadline?
You can't put it up to June 30th because you'll never be able to close your books out. And there has to be an established deadline just to allow them to be able to close their fiscal books.
That's
out
for
the year.
big purchase orders through the county, not through the school.
Well, this is for the student activities funds. So I'm saying,
I don't.
this is not a report you have, this is something I have. I mean, you can look at it, but I'm just saying like, but this is their budgets that the schools had.
Well, that would tell me that you need to have a rough estimate of your busing costs. I mean, if you're taking a trip in May, it's not that you can't get a purchase order established. I'm going to wherever I'm going to, whatever the field trip, whatever the ticket costs are going to be, you need to allocate for that. I mean, a purchase order is never going to be an exact science. It's going to be, it should give you that general range of what you anticipate spending on that. You know, busing costs are influenced by the driver, the mileage, the time, all of that.
Right.
So I think that's.
And so again, with that said, I mean, I can understand how a lot of our schools are off by a little bit, right? They're off by 100 here and there. Like, I can get those rounding issues. Again, Brewston and Preston High were our biggest ones. West Preston was over by over $1,000 or whatever. But it said liquidation. Like, to me, that says it has to be expended, not that it's just, but you're saying that that's allocated. If you've said, I've got a bus running on this date, I mean, the bigger problem that I also see for there is what happens if you make championship, right? Like, I don't know when these, but I mean, it just, these timelines seem difficult to me for a principal. Now, I guess your response could be, maybe our principals are having to use other funds from other places, and so it's saying that these funds, these levy funds, if you have them expended by then, and save your other money that you're going to use for other things from other pots, and maybe that's the mentality. That's just all I'm asking is what that, because the liquidation by April 30th just seemed awfully premature, like awfully early. But again, if they're always having to supplement with other funds, maybe that's the case.
Okay, anything else?
Well, I mean, honestly, Mr. Kidd, if you wait much beyond that, again, your secretarial staff is typically done by the end of May. So that's who's closing out your books. I mean, you do have to have those processes done with enough time to get everything closed out, to get your invoicing back, to be able to close your books. And April 30th may be a little early. I mean, they maybe have to wiggle a week or two there.
I just know FFA, right? Like, we would go to, when I was in school and I went to FFA land judging competition, that was after school ended, right? So somebody had to pay for that transportation to get us there. It had to come out of somewhere.
That was usually through your school funds, because we didn't have any levy funds.
Okay.
You know, the same thing with the athletic
But
part.
the same books have to be closed by the same period. It's the same fiscal year, right?
It's the school's different. I mean, we had kids on athletic events, you're right, in May. You know,
Well,
we
this is-
still had state tournaments as an example where we had sent kids.
Yeah.
But we did it through the school's secretary. It wasn't through the board office. Our financial secretary at Preston High,
Okay.
we did the requisition through her,
Yeah, but
not through the board.
Yeah, well, we sponsored plenty of levy-based trips post April 30th. I mean, we did them all through May.
Yeah. All I'm saying is, I mean, that would seem like an early date that principals had. Now, again, if we know that they have to use other pots of money, and that's just all we're saying is, burn your levy monies first and save those other school funds. But what I hear you say is the whole issue is just your secretarial staff who's doing those quiz and those
You're trying to
books,
close out your county-based monies, where you are subject to, if you're buying materials and so forth, you're waiting for their shipping to come in.
Yeah.
You need to set that far enough in advance. If people are buying stuff up until the middle of June, you're not gonna get your packing slips and all of that stuff in a timely manner to close your books out.
Okay. But again, if we could see, if somehow we could see what those monthly things look like, that would be helpful to me if we could. I appreciate it.
Okay. Anything else? Hearing nothing, moving on. Entertain a motion for the board to approve the facility request from the Kingwood Volunteer Fire Department for the use of Kingwood Elementary School building and grounds for the 23 Preston County Buckwheat Festival. It would be 9/23 through 10/10/23.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Zigray, second by Ms. Feathers. Any discussion?
I think that, I know you want to move quick on this, but
Did he just?
what'd she say?
Nothing.
I don't know that we have to reconsider it this year, but there's probably some better use for those grounds. I mean, like, why are we not using those for fundraising? Parking is a premium at Buckwheat Festival time.
Absolutely. But
We're
when you have
using
a
the
house on
playgrounds, the fire department is playgrounds. Okay, so like, there's a joint reciprocal, we use this, like when Kingwood Elementary got flooded, I called the fire department, I had 7 guys down there within a half an hour. Now, would they have got there that quick if, I hadn't called? I don't know. But like a reciprocal respect, we use their field as playgrounds all the time. Yeah.
It's also where driver's
Yeah,
ed
we
card
got
takes
parking
beginning
in-
drivers before they get to the road,
And they're not charging us anything.
and
Okay.
you use all the way around it.
It's,
From that field day, use of the community building, or anytime we use the community building, we never get charged for it. We use it a lot.
okay. It sounds like we're trading a lot of things. I have particular frustration with the fact that the fire department charges the buyers who come on livestock night who are supporting our youth. And that's all those buyers are doing is coming to support our youth, but they charge them for parking. And we're giving them unlimited, unrestricted use for $1 of our lot that we could be giving that to those buyers who are supporting our students. So I'm just saying, I would like to see in the future, if we could, if when we talk about this, that on livestock night maybe be something we look into. I'm not gonna hold you up this year, but I just think that the purpose of that should be more and it sounds like there's a trade-off here that we're supporting our youth and stuff, and that's why I'm asking, is because those are things I don't know.
Yeah.
But I just have particular frustration with the fact that I was a 4-H'er when that decision changed and they started charging our buyers, and I've held that in my pocket for a lot of years of frustration.
Right.
And those buyers are only there to support our kids. Every one of those is one of our students.
And maybe that's something we can bring up to, hey, don't charge them.
Well, might be something that maybe in future years that we could negotiate, is that on sale night, that lot is reserved for our buyers in some way. Because again, those buyers are there to support our students. So with that, you
The
may.
evening parking probably wouldn't be as problematic for them to give up, honestly.
Well, they would have to man it. Somebody would have to protect it and gate it. And again, I know they have a man there during the day, right? Like, because I've driven by there. They've got somebody protecting it. But I just would like to see, I don't know. I have a personal thing there that I just, in general, a personal observation of something that I think would benefit our kids that we could potentially do ourselves, even if we use it for fundraising. Again, it sounds like there's some quid pro quo stuff and things like that, and I appreciate that. Those are things I didn't know, but just something to consider for future years if we could find a way to work it in there. Thank you, that's all.
Good. Good, Mr. Kisner. Is there anything else? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Next is maintenance work order information. I hate to do this, I have a question. Why has anything declined on work orders?
In some instances, if the work order is something that probably can be done at the school level, for example, if they put in, change a light bulb in a classroom, that's something that should be accomplished by custodial staff.
That was just my question. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Now,
It's all
Mr.
right.
Kisner, you can bust on me. Any other questions?
I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. When we had the flood at West with the special education room, Miss Betty's room, where are we on that? Did we get all the insurance money?
Yeah, I can check on the status of what the
Because,
payments.
I was in there the other day, they don't have any baseboards around. I would think that would be actually hazardous in some cases. I don't know the, particulars about the students that she has in there, but there's, like, stuff sticking out from it. And quite a few issues there. She doesn't have any rugs replaced or anything like that, so if you could see what we can do for Miss Betty. It's much better than last time, I thought.
Any other questions? Hearing none. Next agenda. Anybody have anything they want on the next agenda? Other than what we've already given
If
Mr.
we're
Morgan?
gonna put discussion back on the agenda about,
Valedictorian?
valedictorian, that's
Yes.
gonna need to be done ASAP because,
That was actually supposed to be brought to us by Mr. Just forgot his name. Principal. Todd Seymour, Mr. Seymour. It was supposed to come to us by the beginning of this year.
We'll get something to you for the next meeting.
Because that definitely needs to be on, because, again, I'm not speaking for anybody, but I think that was a point of contention with most of us.
I would just like to discuss it. If anybody wants to be a stakeholder at it, I don't care, but I would like us to discuss it as far
Yeah.
as changing that policy.
Game Changers needs to be on the agenda,
Yep.
because we never approved that position, so
Oh, that's right, we were going to put that in.
you can't do it anyway. It wasn't on the
Oh.
agenda, so you wouldn't be able to do it anyways.
That's right.
I
That's
saved
right.
that until in case you
Yeah.
brought it up.
You were ready for it. That's-
was.
I appreciate you, Mr. Tatham. You make this fun.
Well, they can,
You can't add a position that's not on the agenda. No one would know to come talk about it.
Yeah, he's right.
had we accepted the MOU, you were creating the position. So it was on the agenda already. It was inferred in the motion that was on there. Anybody would have an issue, we can do that. I move that we open a position for Game Changer, or look into it if you would like to. We give permission for it to be looked into.
Yeah, you can't put it on, I agree.
but you can't look for somebody until you,
Have that position to do it, yeah.
They can post the position, like we talked about earlier. If they get 5 great applicants and we decide not to do it, they move the position next year, riff it, whatever. Right, you could do that same approach you were gonna do before, and as long as we never add it, it doesn't matter. If we add it, you'd be stuck with that. I don't know. Do you want permission to try to pursue finding that person ahead of time now? That's what I thought would be beneficial to you, but I'm not saying it would be beneficial to
so
you.
we can post a position for a coach to run a
Contingent of
program
that.
But we haven't
that
approved
we
though.
haven't approved an MOU for or even agreed to buy.
But didn't you say it would be contingent on whether, if we did the contract with them? I thought that was the proposal from Mr.
Can you post a
Martin.
position on contingency like that?
We can't because it wasn't on the personnel agenda.
Yeah, I agree.
I understand what Mr. Kisner was saying, but I don't think we were going to be able to
Now,
do
one of
that.
the things we have
Well,
to
the
be,
contract that was on there required that we do it, so it was
So,
on your agenda.
that's
It was
right.
known to the public.
but not as a separate item. It was all one,
Well,
I
but
think.
that's what
I
we
didn't
meant.
put it on there yet there. In fact, I had to see if we could.
Right, it wasn't on your personnel agenda, I don't disagree with that, but I'm
Yeah.
saying the public had all the notice they needed to know it was gonna be discussed, because it was required as part of that contract if we accepted it.
I think you're splitting hairs.
Yeah,
Okay, I don't think I'm anywhere close to gray, but that's fine, I mean, I'm open to your opinion.
I think our policy is that if we're putting a position, we have it on the personnel position
Yeah.
or whatnot, so everyone knows and it's understood.
yeah,
And
I agree. I think we're right. Okay,
so that needs to be on the agenda, if that's what we want to do.
But
okay, anything else? Hearing nothing. Take the motion
We're not
for
having
adjournment.
I move that we adjourn.
second.
Moved by Mr. Tatham, second by Ms. Feathers. No discussion. Call for the vote.
Hold on. It was second by Mr. Feathers. Who was the motion made by?
Mr. Tatham.
Okay. Voting is open.
And even, okay.
Motion passes 5-0 at 10:54.